Life in the Middle Ages was shaped by more than war and religion. Superstition played a large part in how people made sense of the world. When science had no answers, beliefs filled the gaps. Many of these beliefs guided daily choices, how people ate, worked, or even walked down the street. Some of these superstitions may seem strange now. Others reveal how people tried to stay safe in a world they didn't fully understand. This video looks at superstitions that shaped everyday life in medieval times. Each one tells us something about the fears, hopes, and habits of the people who lived them. Wearing garlic to keep evil spirits away wasn't just a superstition. For centuries, people treated garlic like armor. They believed it had power beyond the kitchen. In homes, on farms, and in battlefields, garlic hung from doorways or was tied around necks. People trusted it to keep witches, demons, and dark forces away. In rural villages across Europe, garlic served as a daily line of defense. If someone felt a strange chill in the room, or if a cow suddenly stopped giving milk, they blamed witchcraft. And the first thing they reached for was garlic. They might crush a clove and rub it on the doorframe. Some tied braids of garlic above a baby's crib. Others sewed garlic into their clothes or placed it in their shoes. They didn't question whether it worked. They believed it had to. A farmer in 15th century Transylvania might have carried garlic while tending to his fields. He didn't know what germs were, but he understood the idea of rot and sickness. He might have seen animals die after crossing a certain patch of woods. He might have heard stories of spirits that lingered in fog, so he'd bring garlic to protect himself. He might chew on a clove as he walked or hang a string of bulbs from his belt. His neighbors did the same. Nobody wanted to risk being caught out alone without it. These beliefs didn't come from nowhere. Garlic has a strong smell. It lingers in the air and clings to the skin. People thought that smell pushed dark things away. Witches, according to folklore, hated strong odors. Demons recoiled from certain herbs, and garlic topped the list. Some said it burned their skin. Others believed it kept them from entering homes. The logic was simple. If garlic could make your eyes water, maybe it could do the same to something unseen. In Greek mythology, garlic even had divine connections. Odysseus used a plant called moly, described as having white flowers and a strong smell, to protect himself from Circe's magic. Some later scholars linked moly to garlic or a close relative. This association added weight to garlic's role as a magical shield. If heroes used it to resist spells, common folk could use it too. Garlic didn't only guard against witches. In parts of Eastern Europe, people buried garlic with their dead. If a body didn't decay fast enough, or if someone swore they saw the deceased walking after burial, it was a sign of vampirism. Villagers believed vampires could rise again and spread disease. Garlic, placed in the mouth or around the grave, acted as a barrier. The idea was that the vampire wouldn't be able to bite anyone. It would choke on the garlic instead. One documented case from the 18th century involved villagers digging up graves and stuffing the corpses with garlic. They believed recent deaths in the village came from a vampire. These weren't isolated beliefs. Entire communities joined in. Sometimes priests participated. Other times they stayed silent and let the people do what they felt was necessary. In Italy, mothers once gave children necklaces made of garlic and coral. These weren't decorative, they were protective. If a child fell ill or had nightmares, the garlic was blamed for not being fresh enough. A new clove was tied in. If that didn't work, they added more. It became a kind of insurance. You didn't want to be the only mother not doing it. If something happened to your child, people might whisper. In Jewish tradition, garlic had protective uses too. It was said to ward off the evil eye. Some families used it during childbirth to keep harmful spirits away. In parts of the Middle East, people rubbed garlic on doorposts, much like blood during Passover. The symbolism was the same: create a boundary between safety and danger. Even among soldiers, garlic had a role. During World War I, medics used garlic to clean wounds. It wasn't just about hygiene. There was also a belief that garlic kept bad luck away. Some soldiers tied garlic to their boots or tucked a clove into their packs. They said it kept them from being targeted by snipers or falling ill in the trenches. Whether it worked or not, it gave them a sense of control. Garlic's reputation also grew from its physical properties. It contains allicin, a compound with antifungal and antibacterial effects. Of course, people in the past didn't know that. But they noticed that food with garlic spoiled slower. They saw that garlic-fed animals seemed healthier. They made connections and filled in the rest with stories. Take a household in 12th century France. The wife might crush garlic and smear it on the walls. If her husband had trouble sleeping, she'd boil garlic with milk and give it to him at night. If a neighbor got sick, she'd burn garlic near the doorway and wave the smoke toward the sky. It was ritual, but it also had meaning. These actions said, "We're not helpless." Garlic gave people something to do when they felt fear. Garlic's place in folklore survived well into the modern age. In rural Romania, some villagers still keep garlic plates near entryways. In Greek Orthodox households, grandmothers rub garlic behind children's ears during baptisms. These aren't just gestures. They come from old beliefs that have been passed down quietly. People don't always say why they do it. They just know it's always been done. You might see similar things in immigrant communities. In New York or Chicago, certain families still keep garlic on kitchen windowsills. They may say it's to keep bugs out, but sometimes there's more to it. It's a link to ancestors. It's a habit with layers. You don't need to explain it. You just feel better with it there. Even garlic festivals sometimes hint at these old ideas. In the middle of cooking contests and tasting booths, you'll hear someone joke about vampires. You'll see garlic wreaths meant for decoration. But underneath, the connection to protection is still there. The joke lands because the belief once ran deep. Today, most people use garlic for flavor. But the older stories haven't vanished. You'll find them in books, in whispered advice from elders, in small rituals before sleep. If someone places garlic under their pillow before a trip, they may not say it's for protection, but it is. The fear might be gone, but the habit remains. Wearing garlic wasn't about standing out. It was about staying safe. People used what they had. They believed in what they could smell and touch. Garlic was cheap, easy to grow, and powerful in ways they didn't fully understand. That made it the perfect tool in the fight against things they couldn't see. Hanging a horseshoe above the door wasn't just decoration. For many, it acted as a kind of silent guard. They believed it could trap luck and hold it there, like water in a bowl. Hung with the open end facing up, the shape was key. If the curve pointed down, people said the luck would fall out, so they nailed it with care. In small villages and busy towns alike, this practice spread. You could walk down a dirt road in Ireland, pass a cottage with smoke curling from the chimney, and see a rusted horseshoe nailed above the door. No one needed to explain why it was there. Everyone knew. It was there to keep the home safe, to bring luck, and to turn misfortune away at the threshold. Blacksmiths played a role in this belief. People viewed them as men who held fire and iron in their hands. Their work seemed close to magic. They bent metal with muscle and heat. They made tools, weapons, and horseshoes. Some said a blacksmith could talk to spirits. Others believed that anything forged in fire had special strength. So when a blacksmith shaped a horseshoe, it wasn't just a piece of metal. It was something powerful, something touched by flame. That connection to fire mattered. People feared fire, but also trusted it. They used fire to cook, to heat, to ward off wild animals. Fire gave light in the dark. So metal shaped by fire held meaning. A horseshoe came from that world, and its curved shape echoed the crescent moon, which some believed had power over the unseen. Iron itself carried weight in folklore. Witches were said to fear it. Spirits avoided it. In parts of northern Europe, people tied bits of iron to cradles or stitched it into clothes. When they hung a horseshoe above a door, they combined shape, material, and place. The door marked the edge between private and public, between safety and whatever waited outside. The horseshoe guarded that line. Some people found their own horseshoes, left behind by passing horses. Others asked blacksmiths for one. Some believed the luck was stronger if the horseshoe came from a horse that had never stumbled. Others said it needed to be found, not bought. If a person found one by accident, it meant fortune had chosen them. But even a used, dented one still held power. They didn't polish it or paint it. They nailed it up with the rust still on it. A fisherman might hang a horseshoe above his door before heading to sea. He wouldn't say much about it. He might just nod toward it as he packed his nets. His wife might touch it with her fingers after he left, not praying exactly, but making sure it was still there. A farmer might glance at it before the first day of harvest. A traveler might look for it before choosing an inn. Its presence offered quiet assurance. In some stories, people placed horseshoes on doors to protect against witches. One tale from England describes a woman who lived on the edge of a village. She lost animals to strange sickness, and her milk curdled without cause. People said a witch had taken an interest in her home. She visited the local smith and came back with a horseshoe. She nailed it above the door, open and up. After that, the problem stopped. Whether that's truth or tale didn't matter. What mattered was belief. In Italy, some families used horseshoes in tandem with red ribbons or small carvings. These weren't decorations. They formed part of a system to keep envy and misfortune away. In Spain, horseshoes showed up in courtyards and over windows. In Germany, they appeared on barns. In each place, the reason stayed the same: catch good luck, block bad energy. Some believed that a horseshoe needed 7 holes for the nails, no more, no less. 7 carried weight in many cultures. 7 days in a week. 7 colors in the rainbow. A 7-holed horseshoe, nailed with iron nails, held full power. If one of the holes broke or rusted through, it had to be replaced. That detail stuck even when the original reason faded. People remembered the rule even if they forgot the why. You can still see it in old buildings. Look at photographs from early 1900s rural America. Look above the doorframes in barns or cabins. The horseshoe sits there, plain and sure. It doesn't shine. It doesn't need to. Its job is to sit and hold. It doesn't shout. It just stays. Sometimes it hung inside. A person might fix a horseshoe above a fireplace, believing it would draw warmth and fortune into the home. Or they'd place it under the bed to guard sleep. In mining towns, workers kept small ones in lockers or nailed them to walls near the shaft. The message was clear. Luck matters, and it's better to keep it close. Over time, the symbol carried into games and phrases. Horseshoes became a way to talk about chance. People said close only counts in horseshoes. The item became shorthand for something almost magical, but also grounded, part of everyday life, not fantasy. Even in cities, the tradition survived. A landlord in 1920s Chicago might hang a horseshoe in a stairwell. A tenant moving in might notice it, but say nothing. It wasn't decoration. It didn't match the wallpaper. But it had a place, and few would argue. Some bent the rule and hung it down, claiming that meant luck would pour over visitors. But most stuck to the old way, open end up. The horseshoe worked because people agreed it did. No one claimed it made life perfect, but it gave people something to hang their hopes on, literally. When a child was born, when crops grew thin, when illness spread, people turned to small things they could control. A nailed piece of metal over a doorframe became part of that effort. It didn't promise wealth or fame. It promised a little protection, a small chance that misfortune might pass by. A simple tool, repurposed, forged in fire, shaped by hand, nailed in place. Quiet, fixed and waiting. Touching wood to avoid bad luck is something many people still do, even if they don't know why. A person might say something hopeful, like, "I haven't been sick all year," and then quickly touch a table or doorframe. They might say, "Knock on wood," out loud or under their breath. It's automatic. The gesture feels small, but it carries weight. People use it to protect what they've said, as if the words might invite trouble unless they guard them. The practice has old roots. Long before tables and chairs were made in factories, trees stood at the center of belief. In many ancient cultures, trees were sacred. People believed spirits lived in their trunks, branches, or roots. Some thought gods visited trees. Others said the trees themselves had souls. The forest wasn't just land covered in wood, it was alive with presence. So when someone touched a tree, they weren't just touching bark. They were asking for protection or offering thanks. In Celtic tradition, certain trees held special meaning. The oak stood for strength, the ash for healing, the rowan for safety. Druids, priests, and wise men held ceremonies in groves. They believed trees had memory. To knock on one was to stir the spirit inside, to remind it you were there. Maybe you were asking it not to let harm follow your words. Maybe you were asking it to watch over your path. That idea crossed into daily life. If someone said something they wanted to keep true, like, "We've had a good harvest," they touched wood to lock it in. If they said something they feared, like "I hope the wolves don't return," they knocked to keep the danger out. The act worked as a seal. Words were risky. Trees could steady them. In parts of Germany, people believed in Waldgeister, or forest spirits. These spirits could be kind or not, depending on how you treated the woods. Hunters and woodcutters used quiet rituals before stepping into the forest. If someone made a bold statement like "this season will be easy," they might knock on a nearby tree to make peace with any spirit that overheard. It wasn't about fear, it was about respect. The habit moved with people. As they built towns and cut down trees, they brought the ritual indoors. Furniture made of real wood became the next best thing. Tables, beams, doors, all stood in for the old trees. The belief shifted shape, but kept its purpose. Touch wood to keep luck in place. Knock to chase misfortune away. In a small house in 18th century England, a mother might say, "The baby hasn't taken ill this winter." Then she'd tap the edge of the wooden hearth. She wouldn't wait for anyone to agree, she'd just do it. If her husband were there, he might tap it too. Not out of superstition, but out of habit passed down. Maybe his father did the same. Maybe no one ever explained it. It just worked. Sailors used it too. Wooden ships creaked and groaned with the sea. The crew depended on them not to crack in a storm. So when a sailor said, "We'll reach port in good time," he might touch the mast. It was more than a gesture. The wood had carried him through waves and wind. Tapping it was a quiet way of saying thank you, and don't stop now. In some stories, knocking on wood didn't just keep bad luck away, it called good luck in. That twist appears in Slavic folklore. There, trees held both danger and help. Spirits weren't always friendly, but they could be. A person might knock to ask for favor. Not loudly, just a tap, like a secret code. Sometimes they whispered as they did it. The tree wouldn't answer, but they believed it heard. As the phrase "knock on wood" spread in English-speaking countries, the act followed. People touched desks at work, benches at parks, wooden crosses in churches. It became part of conversation. Someone might say, "The crops are strong so far, knock on wood," or "She's recovered well, knock on wood." The meaning stayed steady. Speak something good, touch wood to keep it safe. Children learned it early. A child in 1920s New York might hear their mother say, "Don't say it too loud, honey, knock on wood." Maybe the kitchen table was real wood. Maybe it wasn't. The child tapped it anyway. It wasn't about the material. It was about the rhythm and the trust. 2 knocks, quick and light. That was enough. Some people didn't stop at touching. In parts of Turkey and Greece, the gesture included words and a ritual motion. If someone talked about illness or bad news, the listener might reach for wood, touch it, then tug their earlobe twice. The full gesture said, "I heard what you said, I reject it." It was a shield, built from habit and belief. Even in offices today, you'll see it. A manager says, "We haven't had a system crash all month." Then she taps the edge of her desk. Maybe it's metal with a fake wood surface. She taps anyway. Maybe someone else smiles and says, "You better knock on wood." The room understands. It's not about logic, it's about shared caution. During wartime, soldiers made their own rituals. Some touched their rifles, some knocked on their wooden bunks. Before stepping out on patrol, a soldier might say, "I've made it this far," then reach back and knock on the frame of the tent. It wasn't a prayer. It was a moment of control in a place with none. Touching wood also worked as a reset. If a person said something they wished they hadn't, they could knock to undo it. "I'd die if that happened, knock on wood." The gesture cut the power of the words. It said, "I didn't mean to invite that in." It was quiet damage control. No ritual robe, no incense, just fingers and wood. Not everyone believed in the spirit behind it. Some treated it as habit only, but the habit endured. That's how most rituals survive. They shrink into simple acts and stay there. They don't need full belief, they just need repetition. You hear a phrase, you see someone touch the table, and you copy them. Years pass, the reason fades, but the action stays. Even in homes filled with plastic and metal, people still reach for wood. They find a cabinet, a shelf, a stair rail, they touch it like it matters, and in that moment, it does. People once believed that a look could harm you. Not just any look, a certain kind. One held too long, one that came from someone jealous, angry, or strange. They called it the evil eye. It wasn't always loud or dramatic. You could feel it in your skin before you saw it. Someone looked at your child, your crop, your cow, and the next day something went wrong. A fever, a stillbirth, milk gone sour. Bad luck didn't come from nowhere, they thought. Someone sent it. And often, they sent it through a glance. This belief crossed continents. In parts of Italy, Greece, Turkey, India, and the Middle East, people feared the evil eye the way others feared storms or sickness. It wasn't about imagination. It was about explaining things that didn't make sense. Why would a healthy baby fall ill overnight? Why would a field of grain wilt without disease or drought? People needed answers. If no one touched it, if no poison was found, then it must have been the eye. Witches, they said, could wield it on purpose. Not always old women with pointed hats, but people who lived alone or didn't fit. A midwife who had no children. A neighbor whose husband had died young. A man who talked to animals or walked in the woods at night. They became suspects when trouble followed them, or when trouble followed a glance from them. A woman might carry a loaf of bread home from the market, and another woman might stare at it too long. That night, the bread goes moldy. A shepherd walks his flock past a stranger on the road. The man looks at the sheep. The next morning, one lies dead. These weren't just accidents. That's how people told it, and they told it again and again. The eye had weight. To guard against it, people used charms. The simplest kind came from nature. Red thread tied around the wrist, salt sprinkled across a doorway, iron carried in a pocket or hung near a bed. In rural Turkey, people burned onion skins or cracked an egg into a bowl of water and read the shape it made. In Sicily, mothers whispered prayers into olive branches and tucked them above their children's heads. The tools varied, but the goal stayed the same. Block the glance, break the curse. In Greece, one common charm is the mati, a blue eye painted onto a bead worn as a bracelet or hung on a wall. Blue, they said, was rare in human eyes, and it helped reflect the gaze back to where it came from. If someone complimented your baby, you didn't just say thank you. You said, may it be without evil. Sometimes you even spit softly near the child, not to insult them, but to distract the eye. A small act, a small sound, meant to break the spell before it started. In North Africa, people painted symbols on their homes. A hand with an eye in its palm, the hamsa, appeared over doorways, on jewelry, even in cloth patterns. That hand stopped the eye. It told the world, this house is watched, don't bring harm here. It wasn't just about style, it was about safety. Some thought envy triggered the eye, even without intent. A cousin might praise your good health, and you might fall sick the next week. Not because she meant harm, but because she wanted something you had. So in many places, people were careful with compliments. They avoided talking too much about fortune or happiness. If they had to, they touched wood or said a blessing right after. Words held power, but looks held more. In Jewish tradition, the evil eye, called Ayin Hara, was also feared. Texts warned against it. People avoided drawing attention to wealth or success. A new baby might not be shown in public right away. A growing business might not be mentioned outside the family. Protective phrases were passed down. One common one was Bli Ayin Hara, meaning without the evil eye. You could say it after any good news. It didn't erase envy, but it helped fence it off. Even in Christian households, there were ways to protect against the eye. In rural Ireland, people drew crosses in the butter churn or placed holy medals near livestock. A priest might bless the house. A mother might tie a scrap of clothing from a saint's shrine to her child's crib. These acts mixed religion and folk belief. They didn't cancel each other out. They worked together. In some places, they believed that if you suspected someone had given the eye, you could remove it. You might crack an egg in a glass of water and hold it above the head of the sick person. If the yolk spread into threads, the eye was present. Some burned herbs and waved the smoke across the body. Others whispered charms into oil and watched how it moved. If it formed a pattern, the eye had been broken. If not, the cure had to be tried again. These actions weren't random. They came from centuries of shared knowledge, passed down through families, learned from neighbors, adjusted over time. They gave people a sense of control, a way to push back. If someone could curse you with a look, you could protect yourself with salt, thread, a prayer, or a symbol. Children grew up learning the signs: a sudden shiver, a burning cheek, a broken dish for no reason. Each could be a warning. An old woman in a village might stop mid-sentence and cross herself, not because she was forgetful, but because something she saw or felt reminded her of the eye. She might turn her shoe upside down or pinch her fingers into a sign. Small gestures, worn smooth by use. Even today, you see traces. A baby in a stroller wearing a small blue bead, a red string bracelet on a wrist, a hand-shaped pendant swinging from a car mirror. Someone jokes about their good luck, then knocks on wood and glances over their shoulder. They might not say the words, they might not name the fear, but they still feel the need to answer it. The fear of the evil eye didn't depend on science or proof. It came from stories, from patterns, from the human need to explain the random. When good things turned bad without warning, people looked for a cause. The eye offered one. Quiet, invisible, but real enough to shape lives, rituals, and the way people spoke. Not everything had an answer, but people still needed something to hold on to. The evil eye gave shape to that need, and the charms gave them something to fight it with. People once believed that black cats were not just animals. They saw them as something darker. Not unlucky by nature, but by association. A black cat near your home meant more than a visit. It meant a warning. If one crossed your path, it didn't just startle you, it marked you. Some said it meant bad luck. Others said it meant a witch was nearby. And some said the cat was no cat at all. In parts of Europe during the Middle Ages, the black cat became tangled in stories about witchcraft. People didn't keep pets the way we do now. Most animals had a job. Cats were useful because they caught mice, but they also wandered at night and moved in silence. That made people uneasy. If a black cat appeared where it shouldn't be, near a church, outside a barn, along a forest path, it raised suspicion. Too quiet, too fast, too knowing. Some began to say that these cats weren't just animals. They were familiars. A familiar was a spirit that helped a witch. It might take the form of a bird, a dog, or a toad. But often it was a cat. Black ones stood out the most. They were harder to see in the dark, and they looked different under torchlight. People claimed to see glowing eyes in the night. They said these weren't regular cats, but servants of the devil, sent to spy, harm, or deliver messages. In witch trials across England and Scotland, records describe cats linked to accused women. One woman confessed under pressure that her black cat helped her curse her neighbor's cow. Another was said to feed her cat drops of blood from her own hand. They didn't have evidence in the way we expect today. They had fear, and fear followed the cat. There's a story from 16th century Lincolnshire. A man traveling at night saw a black cat in the road. He threw a rock at it. The cat ran, injured. The next day, a woman known in the village for strange behavior showed up with a limp and a bandage on her side. That was enough. People said she was the cat, or the cat was hers. Either way, she was tried for witchcraft. It didn't take much. In some towns, people believed witches could turn into black cats to travel without being seen. The change wasn't permanent. It was a tool, a way to slip past locked doors, eavesdrop on prayers, or escape when trouble came. A sudden cat in the room meant someone else might be watching. A black cat that vanished without a trace meant a witch had been near. These stories spread fast. One town's rumor became another town's truth. Church leaders helped shape these beliefs. During the Inquisition, anything linked to magic was treated as a threat. The cat's role in folklore made it a target. Some writings claimed that the devil appeared as a cat during rituals. Others warned that cats took part in sabbats, gatherings where witches danced, made pacts, and cursed their enemies. These weren't quiet warnings. They were loud, public, and meant to stick. Some people took this further. They said a black cat could be the devil himself, not just a symbol, a real presence in fur and claws. If a cat appeared during a storm or in a graveyard, they crossed themselves. If it showed up at a birth or a death, they closed the windows. They believed that once the cat entered, it brought something with it. But not everyone feared them. In secret, or in certain places, people saw black cats differently. To a woman who practiced folk medicine, a black cat might be a helper, not a threat. If it came and stayed, she fed it. If it brought dead birds or mice, she watched how it moved. She believed it knew things. It didn't speak, but it showed. It slept near herbs. It circled the sick. It stared at strangers. She didn't think it was evil. She thought it was aware. In some fishing villages, black cats were seen as good luck, so long as you didn't cross them. Fishermen's wives kept them at home and treated them with care. The idea was simple. If you were kind to the cat, the sea would be kind to your husband. If you harmed the cat, the sea might take him. These beliefs didn't cancel out the darker ones, they just lived beside them. In early America, the fear came with the settlers. Puritans brought their religion and their rules. Anything that hinted at the old ways, herbs, charms, cats, was suspect. A woman with a cat and no husband was questioned. A cat that followed children was watched. During the Salem witch trials, no cat was put on trial, but people spoke about them in whispers. They described cats that watched through windows or sat on fences too long. The cat never needed to do anything. Being black and present was enough. During plague outbreaks, cats were killed alongside rats, wrongly blamed for spreading the disease. Black cats often died first. People said they were marked. The truth was that cats might have helped limit the rats, but fear worked faster than reason. Over time, the image of the black cat changed, but the shadow stayed. On Halloween, you see them curled around witches' hats, perched on broomsticks, or silhouetted against full moons. It's costume now, but it comes from something older. People used to leave food at their doorstep, not for stray animals, but to keep spirits and cats away. A black cat wasn't just a creature. It was a warning, a watcher, or a spy. Even now, you hear people joke about it. A black cat crossed my path. Better turn around. They smile when they say it, but some still avoid the step. They wait a second longer before moving on. They don't believe, not exactly, but they don't want to test it either. In some parts of the world, black cats are welcome. In Japan, they're seen as lucky. In Scotland, one appearing on your porch means wealth is coming. But in the old European stories, luck only came if you were the witch, not the one being watched. The fear never needed proof, just a glance at the wrong moment. Just a cat, black as night, waiting where it shouldn't be. It blinked. It moved. Something changed. That was enough. Bread wasn't just food. It held meaning. In many places, people believed that bread had a spirit, something quiet, something living. Because of that, you couldn't treat it like any other object. You couldn't slam it on a table, throw it in a bin, or slice through it with a knife without care. Breaking bread by hand showed respect. Cutting it could offend. It could cut more than the loaf. It could cut your luck. It could cut the bond between people. It could cut prosperity. At a family table in rural Poland, a grandmother might place a round loaf in the center before the meal. She wouldn't reach for a knife. Instead, she would tear off a piece and hand it to the person beside her. That person would do the same. The act wasn't just practical, it meant something. You broke bread to share it. You broke it to keep the house in balance. Bread broken by hand kept the spirit whole. Bread sliced by a blade was something else, something careless, even dangerous. Farmers who grew wheat saw this from the other side. To them, wheat wasn't just a crop, it was a force. They watched it rise and fall with the seasons. They knew the timing of the rain, the danger of frost, the weight of a hot wind that came too early. When they harvested it, they didn't talk much. They didn't celebrate until the grain was milled. Even then, they moved with caution. They believed the wheat remembered how it had been treated. In some regions, the last sheaf cut from the field wasn't ground into flour. It was tied with ribbon and brought inside. People placed it above the hearth or in the rafters. It held the spirit of the wheat, sometimes called the corn mother or grain father. If you treated that sheaf with care, your next harvest would grow strong. If you didn't, the land might stop listening. This was part of the same belief. Bread came from grain. If the grain had spirit, so did the bread. In parts of France, a person who dropped a loaf would pick it up and kiss it, not for luck, but for apology. You didn't throw old bread away, you fed it to animals or birds. Some households crumbled it into the fire, not waste, but offering. If you had to dispose of it, you did so gently. In Greece, people still say it's bad luck to leave a loaf upside down. The base of the bread touches the earth. It's close to the ground for a reason. Turning it face down shows disrespect to the baker, to the grain, to the hands that made it rise. You see the idea in the way people eat together. The phrase breaking bread means more than a meal. It means trust. It means a shared moment, a pause from conflict. In wartime, soldiers from opposite sides sometimes shared bread. They might not share language or belief, but bread meant safety for a moment. It's something you tear open with your hands, then pass along. In early Christian rituals, bread wasn't sliced. The priest broke it. That act mirrored older traditions. Breaking the bread didn't just symbolize unity, it protected it. Some said that using a blade cut the blessing. It divided what was meant to be whole. In some churches, even now, the loaf isn't pre-sliced. It arrives intact and is torn apart with care. In Russian homes, when a guest arrived, they were offered bread and salt. The loaf used wasn't cut. It was round and warm, carried in both hands. The guest tore off a piece and dipped it in salt. This gesture welcomed them not just into the home, but into the heart of the family. The bread said, "We trust you. We share our fortune." A knife would have changed the tone. It would have made it sharp. Even the shape of the bread mattered. Round loaves echoed the sun, the seasons, the wheel of the year. These weren't shapes made for slicing. They were made to be held, broken, shared. In villages across Europe, when the first bread came out of the oven after harvest, it wasn't eaten casually. People tore it with their fingers and thanked the land. If a loaf split unevenly, some said it meant someone in the house had told a lie. If it crumbled too fast, they looked for a sign. In English superstition, you weren't supposed to cut new bread until it had cooled. Not just to avoid burning your hands, though that played a role, but to let the bread rest. Cutting into hot bread was seen as greedy. You let it sit. You let it breathe. Then you broke it. That small pause was part of the respect. Tools mattered too. In homes that followed old rules, the bread knife wasn't used for anything else. It wasn't meant for meat or fruit or cheese. If you used it to cut bread, you wiped it and set it aside. Some said you had to bless it before use. Others said you shouldn't need it at all. If the bread was right, baked well, risen strong, it would break clean. At weddings, bread played a role. In some Slavic traditions, the couple shared a single loaf. Each person broke off a piece and tried to take the larger bite. It wasn't just a game. It was a way to test who would lead the household. In Jewish homes, challah is torn at the table after blessing. The knife might score it beforehand, but the final pull comes from the hand. That moment holds weight. Children learned early not to jab at bread with a fork, not to slice it aggressively. They watched how the adults handled it. They saw that bread wasn't rushed. It sat at the center of the table. People reached for it slowly, tore it evenly, passed it without asking. When someone cut it fast, others looked. It wasn't just about manners. It felt like something deeper had been skipped. The rule followed people even when bread became machine-made, factory-packed, sliced before it reached the shelf. Still, at certain meals, family dinners, holidays, funerals, people returned to the old ways. A loaf appeared whole, and someone broke it. It didn't matter that other bread sat on the counter in plastic bags. The act of breaking it said something the other couldn't. Sometimes the superstition focused on the knife itself. A sharp blade brought sharp speech. If you argued at the table, some blamed it on the cut bread. They said the knife had opened more than the crust. It had let something out. Bread was supposed to keep the peace. Breaking it kept things soft. Cutting it made edges. In monasteries, the loaf was passed with two hands. The monk broke it before the prayer, not after. He didn't rush, he didn't tear wildly. He broke it like a task with steps, like a habit that shaped thought. One hand held, one hand pulled. Then he passed it on. The others watched, then did the same. No voice needed to explain why. Bread holds memory, of soil, of weather, of hands kneading dough, of fire heating stone. To break it is to honor all of that. To cut it is faster, cleaner, but it removes the pause. And the pause is where the meaning lives. When your hand itched, people used to say it meant money. Not a feeling of dry skin or a healing cut, but something more. The right hand meant money was coming in. The left meant it would go out. This wasn't a joke or a guess. It was a sign, and many treated it that way. An itch wasn't just an itch. It was a message. Someone might be walking home from the market, feel a tingle in their right palm, and say out loud, "Well, I must be getting some money soon." They didn't need proof. They just knew. If it was the left, they might sigh and mutter, "I guess I'm going to have to spend." Some even rubbed the hand on wood or cloth to lessen the effect, like wiping away the bad luck. In small towns, this belief showed up in daily talk. A woman preparing bread might stop mid-task to scratch her hand and say, This better be my right one. A man fixing a fence might feel it and glance up at the sky, hoping for a payment or a good sale. Children learned it young. If they scratched their hand in front of a grandparent, they'd hear the rhyme, left to leave it, right to receive it. It wasn't always explained. It didn't need to be. People liked signs. They liked patterns. They wanted to know what was coming, even if it couldn't be seen. Money didn't always show up on schedule. Payments were late, work was thin, crops failed, so they turned to the body. If nothing else, the body gave hints. A twitch in the eye meant gossip. A ringing in the ear meant someone was talking about you. An itch in the palm meant your money was about to move. In rural Ireland, the belief ran deep. Farmers who didn't trust banks or papers trusted their own skin. They'd keep coins in jars, tucked in sheds or under floorboards. If the right hand itched, they checked their traps or watched the weather. It meant fortune was walking toward them. If the left itched, they counted what they had and tried to hold back from spending. In parts of the American South, people took it further. They said if your right hand itched, you shouldn't scratch it, at least not with your fingers. If you did, you'd scratch the money away. Some said to slap the hand against your pocket to seal the deal. Others said to rub it on wood to lock in the gain. These small actions weren't random. They gave people something to do with the feeling. It didn't stop at folk talk. In bars and barbershops, you'd hear people compare stories. I knew I was going to get that job. My right hand wouldn't stop itching all week. Or, I should have stayed home Saturday. My left hand was itching something awful. These weren't excuses. They were part of a system for making sense of luck, work, and money. In Romani communities, this belief showed up in different forms, but held the same weight. Palm itching meant motion, money in motion. The side told the story. The left side lost it. The right side gained it. Some even connected it to the sun's movement. The right was the rising hand, the giving hand. The left was the setting, the taking. These weren't written rules. They were passed by voice and gesture. Old superstitions often have roots in habit or memory. The right hand, for most people, is the dominant hand, the one used to greet, to take, to write. The left, in many traditions, carried the opposite meaning. It was linked to giving things up or letting things go. That division shows up in many customs, not just about money. But money is where people felt it most. Imagine a baker in 19th century London. She feels a sharp itch in her left hand while setting bread out for sale. She frowns. Maybe it means a poor week. Maybe she'll need to fix the oven or buy more flour. She doesn't ignore it. She notices it and says something under her breath, a phrase her mother used. Maybe she rubs her hand on her apron and hopes for the best. Now picture a merchant at a market stall in Morocco. His right hand itches just as a customer approaches. He doesn't smile, but he feels more sure. Maybe this will be a good day. Maybe a debt will be repaid. Maybe a trader from another village will bring something rare and valuable. The itch isn't just sensation, it's signal. In Appalachian folklore, the same pattern appears: right to receive, left to lose. Some said the itch could even predict how much. A quick, short itch meant coins. A deep, nagging one meant a larger sum. Some carried small charms to balance the effect. If their left hand itched, they carried a coin in that pocket. They believed it would soften the blow or even reverse it. It wasn't only about gain or loss, it was about attention. If your hand itched, you paid closer attention to your choices. You thought more about spending. You paused before saying yes to a loan or a new coat. The superstition shaped behavior. It wasn't a law, but it pulled people's thinking in a certain direction. Even now, people still say it. You hear it in passing, at a grocery store, in an office. My hand's been itching all day. Maybe I'll get that bonus. They say it with a smile, but they remember. Some part of them still tracks these small signs. A tiny shift in skin, a moment of tingle. It connects them to something older. Not every culture splits it the same way. In some places, the left hand means gain and the right means loss. But the belief that itching connects to money holds steady. It's not about logic, it's about rhythm. About watching the world for signs and watching yourself for the same. When people didn't have much, these small messages helped them stay alert. A worker with no steady wage noticed every shift. A mother counting coins for the week noticed every itch. The superstition didn't fix their problems, but it gave them a way to think about what might come next. When the world didn't give answers, the body gave signals. The feeling itself could come and go, but the meaning stuck. A palm itched and people responded. Some with hope, some with worry, some with ritual, but always with attention. Because in a world full of uncertainty, even an itch could say something worth listening to. Salt was more than seasoning. For centuries, people treated it with respect. It kept food from rotting, it healed wounds, it preserved meat through winter, and made water safe to drink. You couldn't waste it. You couldn't treat it like dust or dirt. Salt was sacred, and spilling it brought bad luck. Not just because it was valuable, though it was. In ancient times, salt was hard to get. People traded it in blocks. Armies marched to secure it. Roman soldiers were sometimes paid in salt, salarium, the root of the word salary. A household might store it in a covered pot and keep it in the center of the table. If someone knocked it over, they didn't just sweep it up. They paused. They reacted. One old belief said that when you spilled salt, the devil appeared behind your left shoulder. That side, the left, was often seen as the weaker or darker side. In paintings and stories, evil often came from the left. So when the salt spilled, you acted fast. You took a pinch and threw it over your left shoulder, not to clean up, to strike, to blind the devil before he could get to you. People didn't say this with drama. They said it like something learned early, like washing before meals or not whistling indoors. You do it because it's what you've always done. A child watches their mother spill salt and then watches her toss a pinch over her shoulder. She doesn't explain. She just does it. The child copies it. And later, when that child grows up and spills salt, the motion comes naturally. This action shows up in kitchens and taverns, in cottages and castles. It doesn't matter how wealthy you are. Salt matters. A lord might drop a bit of it and still flick some over his shoulder before continuing his meal. A fisherman's wife might drop it while salting fish, mutter something under her breath, and toss the pinch without thinking. The superstition blends religion, folklore, and habit. In Christian tradition, salt is purity. In Jewish tradition, it's a symbol of covenant and faithfulness. In Islamic texts, it appears in teachings about hospitality and health. In each of these, salt carries more than taste. It carries meaning. That weight adds to the reaction when it spills. You don't lose just a few grains. You lose something with spiritual weight. Leonardo da Vinci painted The Last Supper with Judas Iscariot knocking over a salt cellar. It's easy to miss, but it's there. That moment, the betrayal, tied forever to spilled salt. For some, that detail confirmed the warning. Spilled salt wasn't just messy. It foretold betrayal, loss, or misfortune. Better to toss a pinch and be safe. In some homes, if someone spilled salt, they had to toss it themselves. You couldn't do it for them. If you tried, it didn't count. The act had to be personal. You spilled it. You fixed it. You broke the balance. You restored it. The belief sat just beneath daily life, quiet but firm. In rural Russia, salt spilled during a meal meant an argument would come. Some families would stop eating until someone, usually the one who spilled it, tossed a pinch over their left shoulder or traced a cross over the table. In parts of Italy, salt mixed with water was used to ward off envy. People placed it near doors or under beds. It didn't just flavor food, it kept peace in the home. In African and Caribbean traditions, salt played a role in spiritual cleansing. A bowl of salt water might sit under the bed to absorb bad energy. A sprinkle of salt around the edge of a room could create a barrier. In those settings, spilling salt wasn't just wasteful, it was exposure. You lost your protection, you opened a door. Sailors, too, had rules about salt. On a ship, spilling salt could mean storms ahead. Some believed it angered sea spirits. Salt came from the sea, after all. Losing it to the deck or the wind meant you weren't treating the sea's gift with care. If a sailor spilled salt, he might offer some to the wind or whisper a short apology. In farming communities, salt was used to mark boundaries. People sprinkled it at the edges of fields or thresholds. If you spilled it, you disrupted that line. The boundaries blurred. The act of tossing it over your shoulder wasn't just a fix. It was a way to reset the line between safety and danger. The direction mattered. Always the left. You didn't toss it forward or to the right. The devil, they said, waited on the left. That rule held even when people weren't sure why. A man might not believe in the devil, But if he spilled salt, his hand still moved to his left shoulder. Habit can outlast belief. Not all salt was equal. Some said sea salt carried more weight than mined salt. Others said coarse salt had more power than fine. But in most places, any salt was sacred, even the kind poured from glass shakers at a cafe. If it spilled, someone might joke, but they still reached for a pinch. The gesture held. In kitchens today, the rule still lingers. Someone drops a shaker, the salt spreads. Someone else says, "Quick, throw some over your shoulder." The moment passes, but the pattern stays. The body remembers, the hand reaches, a soft flick, and the air feels settled again. Salt doesn't just sit on the table. It stands for safety, for stability, for the bond between people and the world they feed from. To spill it is to lose a bit of that bond. To toss a pinch is to tie it back. The action isn't loud. It doesn't need to be. A small arc of white over the shoulder, a motion learned, not explained, a quiet shield. People once believed that fairies could steal babies, not always in the middle of the night, not always with a sound. Sometimes it happened quietly, while a mother turned her back or stepped outside to draw water. The real child would be taken, and something else would be left behind. A changeling. Changelings weren't monsters in the way people think of monsters. They looked almost human, almost like the child they replaced. But something felt wrong. The baby cried too much, or not at all. The eyes seemed dull or too sharp. The face changed, the body didn't grow, or it grew too fast in strange, twisted ways. The mother knew first. Then the neighbors started to talk. In Ireland, in Scotland, in Wales, in the far corners of Europe, people told these stories out loud. A child once full of life goes quiet. A baby once pink and round turns pale, thin, sunken. The doctors didn't know what to say. Priests gave blessings. But when that didn't help, people turned to older knowledge. They didn't say the child was sick. They said the fairies had taken it. Fairies in these stories weren't kind. They weren't small and sweet. They were clever, secretive, sharp. They lived underground or in the hills. They wanted healthy human children, especially the strong ones, the beautiful ones. They took them for company, for music, for work, sometimes just because they could. And in the child's place, they left a weak thing, a thing made of wood or moss or old magic, a changeling. There were signs. If the baby stared too long at the fire, if it laughed at nothing, if it cried harder at church than at home, if it refused to nurse, if it spoke too soon or too strangely, if it looked like the child but didn't act like one. Sometimes the child would say words no child should know. The parents didn't call it possession. They said it wasn't their child at all. The fear came from what people couldn't explain. There were no hospitals, no clear diagnoses. A child born with developmental differences or chronic illness might have no visible wound, no clear reason for suffering. The belief in changelings offered a kind of answer, a hard answer, but an answer. And the remedies were worse than the fear. One common method was the fire test. The parents placed the child on a shovel and held it over the hearth. The idea was simple. If it was a changeling, it would leap up the chimney and fly back to the fairies. If it was the real child, God would protect it. Some said to hold the child near the coals, not on them. Others went further. There are stories of babies placed in ovens, though not always with the fire lit. Sometimes the threat was enough. Another method was shock. Parents would boil eggs in their shells, peel them, then put the empty shells back into the pot. If the child spoke in surprise, saying something like, "I've seen 1,000 eggs boiled, but never the shells," it proved the child had seen more than any baby should. It proved it was not a child at all. Sometimes the answer was to expose the changeling. Leave it on a hillside overnight, or on a cold rock, or in the forest, far from the village. If the fairies wanted their own back, they'd return the real child and take the false one back. If nothing happened, the child died. Not all families took it that far. Some kept the child and simply lived with the belief. They spoke less. They withdrew from the community. They raised the changeling quietly, with suspicion and caution. A boy who didn't speak, a girl who didn't walk, a child who rocked back and forth or cried through the night. People might whisper but avoid direct judgment. Some pitied, some looked away. Midwives sometimes played a role. A midwife with knowledge of herbs and birth might also know the signs of a changeling. She might recommend salt placed at the windows, or iron shears under the pillow, or prayers said backward at midnight. anything to keep the fairies out or to bring the real child back. These weren't fringe beliefs. They were woven into everyday life. In the 19th century, in parts of rural Ireland, people still left offerings at fairy forts or thorn trees, hoping to stay on good terms with the other world. Some parents dressed their babies in plain clothes to keep them from drawing fairy attention. A beautiful child was at risk, so you called it ugly to fool the watchers. Even in more modern times, echoes of the fear remained. In the late 1800s, a woman named Bridget Cleary was burned to death by her husband and family in Ireland. They said she wasn't herself. They said she had been taken. They said the woman in the Howling. This happened in a time of newspapers and telegrams, not just folk tales. The belief hadn't died. It had just changed shape. You can trace the fear back through time. A medieval manuscript might describe a child strangely formed and thought to be fairy-born. A village record might note a burial with no name, just a description: weak, silent, odd. In German tales, the changeling steals warmth from the home. In Scandinavian ones, it steals milk from the mother. In all of them, it brings sorrow. Not every tale ends in pain. Some say the fairies did return the real child, after a test, after a plea, after a show of strength or a threat. One Irish story tells of a mother who waited outside a fairy ring all night, singing a song only her child would know. When the sun rose, the real child lay in her arms. The changeling was gone. But those stories were rare. Most changeling tales ended in loss, of the child, of the parents' trust, of peace in the home. The belief gave shape to grief. It allowed people to speak of tragedy without blaming themselves. But it also caused harm. It left scars. It turned suffering into suspicion. Still, the stories spread and stuck. A changeling wasn't just a strange child. It was the fear that something precious could be taken and something unholy left in its place. A child who didn't smile. A baby who didn't grow. A voice in the night that didn't sound like a child at all. Something left by the fire that looked back at you with eyes too old. People used to believe that sneezing was more than a reaction. More than dust, more than sickness. When a person sneezed, it meant the soul had tried to leave the body. Just for a moment, through the mouth, through the nose, through the force of the sneeze itself. That was the danger. The soul could slip out and something else could slip in. It wasn't a joke. It wasn't said lightly. In many places, the body was seen as a vessel, whole, bound. The soul lived inside it. Anything that threatened to break that boundary made people uneasy. A sneeze happened fast, without warning. One moment everything was quiet. The next your head snapped forward, your chest jumped, your breath shot out of you. It looked like something had tried to escape or enter. So people said something to stop it. Bless you, or God bless you. Not as politeness, not as a habit, as protection. In early Europe, that blessing came quickly. As soon as someone sneezed, the people around them reacted. A family member, a priest, a stranger on the road, anyone nearby. They believed the words worked like a gate. They pulled the soul back in, or they stopped the devil from stepping through the open door. In parts of ancient Greece, sneezing was seen as a sign from the gods, a warning or an answer. If a general sneezed before battle, it meant pay attention. If a servant sneezed during a quiet moment, it meant someone was watching. People paused, they listened, they changed course if they had to. But as Christianity spread, the tone changed. The body wasn't just a vessel anymore. It was a battleground. The soul belonged to God. The devil wanted in. So when someone sneezed, it wasn't just nature. It was an opening, one that had to be closed, quickly, with words. Pope Gregory I is said to have encouraged the phrase, "God bless you," during a plague in the 6th century. People feared that sneezing meant death was close. Not just sickness, but the soul slipping loose. The blessing wasn't just for health. It was for the soul itself. In many places, the blessing took different forms. In Germany, people said Gesundheit, health. In France, à tes souhaits, to your wishes. But in each case, the message stayed the same. You just crossed a line. Come back. Some cultures believed the heart stopped during a sneeze. That wasn't true, but the idea made sense to people who didn't have medical knowledge. The body paused. It jerked. The breath cut off, then returned. It felt like death for a split second. So the words that followed helped mark the return to life. In parts of Russia, the sneeze was used to confirm truth. If someone said something and sneezed right after, others would say, "See? Even your body agrees. But if someone else sneezed while a person was speaking, it could be taken as a sign of a lie. The sneeze broke the moment, the flow of words. Something wasn't right. In rural Ireland, children were taught to bless themselves after a sneeze. A cross traced quickly over the chest or forehead. Mothers reminded them gently, even during meals. It wasn't superstition to them. It was daily practice. You sneezed, you closed the door again. There were darker beliefs too. In some places, people said that if you sneezed 3 times in a row, it meant someone was thinking of you or cursing you. Some tried to count the sneezes, mark their meaning, measure their risk. A single sneeze was a warning. 2 meant something hidden. 3 meant something coming. 4 was bad luck unless followed by a blessing. People also used sneezing to explain illness. If someone caught cold often or sneezed in patterns, they said the body was open too much, the soul too loose. The door never fully closed. A child who sneezed at night needed to be watched. An elder who sneezed after prayer might be near the end. These signs weren't ignored, they were noted. In some parts of Africa and Asia, sneezing after waking meant the spirit hadn't fully returned from sleep. The soul traveled while the body rested. If a person sneezed just after opening their eyes, others around them might offer a small chant or gesture, welcoming the soul back, helping it settle. Not out of fear, but care. Even the act of holding back a sneeze was seen as risky. If a sneeze was the body's way of clearing, of resetting, then stopping it could cause harm. Pressure built, energy blocked. Some said it trapped spirits inside the head. Some said it turned luck inward, making it rot. So people let the sneeze out, then said the words to guard what came next. In many households, the blessing became habit, automatic, but the old fear lived beneath it. A sneeze made people look up, turn their heads, reach for the words. If no one said anything, it felt unfinished. You see traces of this today. Someone sneezes in a cafe, and 5 people say, "Bless you," without thinking. A teacher sneezes in class, and the students answer in chorus. A child sneezes, and their parent responds immediately, almost before the sound finishes. It's fast. It's firm. The body reacts before the brain catches up. Sometimes people laugh it off. Why do we even say that, someone might ask. But the hand still moves, the words still come, because the sneeze still feels like something crossing a line between breath and silence, between stillness and force. You sneeze, and for a second, the world stops. You close your eyes, your heart races, your lungs push out. Then you come back, and someone says, "Bless you," or "health," or something quiet, something small, something to seal the soul back in place. People once looked at the sky and searched for signs. The stars stayed still. The moon changed, but in ways they expected. The sun rose and set, but sometimes something new appeared. A light with a long tail, bright and strange. A comet. It didn't move like the others. It burned across the sky as if it didn't belong. That alone was enough to make people uneasy. A comet wasn't just a light, it was a message. And the message was rarely good. People called it a sign from God. A warning. A flaming sword in the heavens. A signal that death or disaster was on its way. In 1066, before the Battle of Hastings, a comet appeared in the sky over England. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle recorded it. So did monks and kings. It burned bright for nights. People saw it as a bad omen. Soon after, King Harold died in battle and William the Conqueror took the throne. That comet became part of the story, woven into the Bayeux Tapestry itself. Not just an event in the sky, but part of the fall of a king. This belief didn't start or end with that moment. It stretched far back. In ancient Rome, a comet was said to appear at the death of Julius Caesar. People took it as proof that his soul had risen to the heavens. But even with that rare positive reading, the tone was clear. A change had come. The world had shifted. Comets brought fear because they broke the pattern. People feared things they couldn't explain. Most had no knowledge of orbits, ice, or physics. They saw the heavens as perfect. When a light tore across that perfection, they believed something on Earth must tear, too. In medieval Europe, comets were tied to plague. When the Black Death swept through towns, many blamed a comet that had passed not long before. They didn't understand disease, but they understood patterns. Comet, then sickness, comet, then death. The sky had warned them. Some saw comets as weapons, God's weapons. A sword held over cities, a burning spear pointed at the earth. In paintings and manuscripts, artists drew them like flames, arcing toward the ground. Church leaders preached sermons about them. Repent, they said, for judgment is near. The comet wasn't random, it was sent, and it meant someone, maybe everyone, was about to pay. Kings consulted astrologers. So did generals. If a comet appeared before a battle or a coronation, they wanted to know what it meant. Should they delay? Should they change course? A ruler who ignored the sign risked blame. A ruler who acted might avoid the worst, or at least be seen as wise. In China, court astronomers kept careful records of the sky. They had charts that tracked comets going back centuries. Each type meant something different. A straight tail pointed toward war, a curved one meant famine. The length of time it stayed mattered. So did the direction it moved. When a comet appeared, messengers carried the news to the emperor. He was expected to respond, offer sacrifices, issue edicts, show that he took the signs seriously. The fear spread across classes. A farmer in a field might stop work and stare at the light. A child might hear the adults whisper. A mother might light a candle, not for light, but for safety. In some places, people fasted. In others, they beat drums or rang bells, hoping to drive the sign away. Old folk remedies appeared too. In some villages, people buried iron in their gardens to ground the danger. Others threw salt on their rooftops, not because they believed it would stop the comet, but because it might stop what followed. Not all reactions were panicked. Some were resigned. What will be, they said. The comet had already come. Now they waited. A bad harvest, a noble's death, a flood, whatever the sky had announced. They watched for it. There were times when a comet seemed to match no disaster. Still, people waited. Weeks, months, sometimes longer. If a bad thing happened in that time, they connected it back. If nothing did, the tension stayed quiet, unspoken. The next time a comet appeared, they remembered the last, and the cycle repeated. In the 17th century, even with the rise of science, the fear lingered. In 1680, a bright comet lit up the skies over Europe. It caused panic. People fled cities. Some wrote confessions, some made quick marriages, others gathered in churches. Scholars tried to explain it, but the sermons drowned them out. Halley's Comet returned every 76 years, but before it had a name, it was just another omen. Each time it came back, it carried a new fear. In 1910, when it was visible again, newspapers printed warnings. Some claimed its tail contained poison gas. Shops sold comet pills and special umbrellas. Even with modern science, the old fear surfaced. A comet felt close, closer than the stars, closer than the moon. It moved, it changed. You could see it shift from one night to the next. That movement felt alive. People didn't just see light, they saw purpose. A hand reaching down, a sign sent straight to them. They didn't need books to believe it. They saw what followed: a fire, a war, a strange illness, the death of a leader. The sky had spoken, and the people below braced for the blow. In many places, Sunday was not just a day of rest. It was a line, a boundary between what was allowed and what brought trouble. You didn't cross that line lightly. You went to church, you sat quiet, you cooked simple food and wore clean clothes, but you did not wash. Not clothes, not windows, not floors. Washing on Sundays was more than disrespectful. People said it invited demons. This belief didn't just come from the church. It came from homes, from mothers and grandmothers who passed down warnings. They didn't always explain why. They just said, "Don't do it." And if someone asked, they'd say it brought bad luck or illness, or worse. The Sabbath was for God. That was clear. In the Bible, God rested on the seventh day. People were expected to do the same. In most Christian households, especially in rural areas, this rule was more than spiritual. It shaped the week. Monday was for laundry, Tuesday for ironing, Wednesday for mending, Sunday was for rest. The rhythm didn't bend. In small towns, you could tell who followed the rule. You didn't hang laundry outside on a Sunday. If someone did, neighbors noticed. If a girl washed dishes after lunch, her mother might scold her. Not loudly, just enough to remind her what was at stake. You didn't clean on the day meant to be clean already. There were stories. A woman who washed her sheets on a Sunday found them torn the next morning. Another who scrubbed her floors was said to hear voices in the night. A girl who tried to wash her hair on the Sabbath caught a cold that never left. People didn't question whether these things made sense. They saw what happened and remembered the warning. In the Appalachian Mountains, people told of demons that came into the house through the water. Washing clothes stirred them. Soap and scrubbing called them out. Once inside, they didn't leave. A single wash basin could be enough. They didn't need a reason, just an invitation. In parts of Eastern Europe, the belief took a sharper edge. Washing clothes on Sunday could bring a curse. Some said the clothes would never dry. Some said the soul of a dead relative might get trapped in the fabric. Others claimed demons marked the clothes and followed the wearer. If someone got sick that week, they asked what had been done on Sunday. If washing had been involved, the answer was clear. There were workarounds. If you had to clean something, you waited until after sundown. In some homes, that was the quiet rule. The day ended with the light. Once the sun went down, the line blurred. But even then, some refused. They said the spirits didn't go by the clock. They watched the heart. If you worked with resentment or hurry, they saw that as pride. And pride was a door. Children learned early. If they spilled something, they were told to leave it. It could wait. A bit of dirt on the floor was safer than a demon in the house. Some girls were told to brush their hair before Sunday came, not during. Even simple grooming was seen as unnecessary attention to the self. The Sabbath wasn't for that. In older farming communities, people respected labor. They understood the weight of it, so they didn't treat rest as laziness. They saw it as protection. The body needed it. The soul required it. Breaking that rhythm could draw attention from spirits, from fate, from things that watched. Some stories were passed down with names. A woman named Elsie in a small village near the woods once washed linens after her child fell ill. She said she couldn't wait. The next morning, she found all her clean clothes stained with black streaks. No one could explain it. She tried again. The stains returned. After 3 times, she gave up. The illness stayed. The clothes never came clean. Other tales were less specific, more like warnings folded into daily life. Don't wring out the cloth, someone might say. It rings the devil's bell. Or if you wash on the Lord's day, the water will carry your name to hell. These phrases didn't need proof. They were part of the rhythm. In stricter homes, even talking about chores was discouraged on Sundays. If someone mentioned needing to wash clothes, another person might knock on the table or cross themselves. Not out of habit, out of caution. Words could be heard, and if the wrong ones were spoken on the wrong day, they might take root. Sometimes people tried to test the rule. A man in a mining town might say, "It's just one shirt." He might wash it in secret. If something went wrong the next day, an injury, a broken lamp, a fight, he didn't test it again. The risk wasn't worth it. Not everyone used the word demon. Some said spirits, some said curses, some just said it was unlucky. But the shape of the belief stayed the same. Water, movement, labor. On Sunday, those things belonged to another realm. There was also the belief that Sunday washing insulted the saints, that spirits of the dead, especially those buried in churchyards, could rise in protest. They had rested, and so should the living. If the washing water ran near a graveyard or a stream close to sacred ground, it made things worse. People poured used wash water far from the home. Not down the main path, not near animals, not near places where people prayed. Even now, in some places, you'll hear it. A grandmother tells a child not to mop on Sunday. A man refuses to do laundry, even if he's run out of socks. It's not always said aloud, but it's there, in the delay, in the pause before action, in the quiet sense that some days are not for chores. Washing in these beliefs was more than cleaning. It was action. It was choice. It moved the world. And on Sundays, the world was supposed to rest. If you stirred it too much, something might stir back. A candle wasn't just a source of light. It was a signal. People watched it closely. They used it to mark prayer, birth, sickness, and death. When the room was still and the candle burned steady, they felt safe. But when the flame flickered without reason, no wind, no movement, they took notice. That flicker meant something. A spirit was near. It didn't always mean harm. Sometimes it meant a visitor, a loved one gone from the world, but not from memory. People said the dead returned to check on the living. A flickering flame meant they had stepped close, maybe to watch, maybe to listen, maybe to remind someone they weren't alone. In many homes, especially in rural places, candles were used to guide the dead. After a death, a candle might be placed in the window to help the spirit find its way out. Some left it burning through the night. If the flame burned low or shook, people said the spirit hadn't gone far, or it had returned. Sometimes that brought comfort, sometimes it didn't. In Ireland, it was common to light a candle when someone was dying. It was placed at the foot of the bed or near the window. The flame marked the soul's passage. If it stayed calm, the spirit left in peace. If it flickered wildly, the watcher said something had come with it, or something was trying to stop it. Stories passed down told of candles going out at the wrong moment. A flame that suddenly bent sideways without wind. A wick that sparked and popped in an empty room. These weren't ignored. People paused. They crossed themselves. They said a prayer. If a candle danced during prayer, some said it meant the spirit agreed. If it fluttered during silence, others said it meant the spirit was waiting to speak. In the American South, candles played a quiet role in the house. A single taper might burn on the kitchen table in the evening. If the flame wavered while no doors were open, someone might stop talking mid-sentence. They didn't explain, they just waited. Sometimes a name was whispered, not out of fear, but respect. If it was a family member, the flicker was a sign they were near. If it was something else, you didn't want to name it. Candles and spirits were closely tied in many cultures. In Catholic homes, votive candles burned near statues or on small altars. Each one stood for a request, a memory, or a soul. If the flame flickered strongly, some believed it meant the prayer was heard. But if the candle smoked or leaned low, others took it as a sign of spiritual unrest. In parts of Eastern Europe, people used candles to test a room. If someone felt uneasy in a space, new home, barn, back room, they might carry a lit candle from corner to corner. If the flame stayed steady, the room was clean. If it shuddered, they moved out fast. Some sprinkled salt, some said a blessing, some didn't go back in at all. In Victorian England, spiritualists held seances by candlelight. They dimmed the room, placed candles in circles, and watched. The flicker of the flame was treated like speech. It meant presence. It meant interest. If a candle burned high and strong, the spirit was welcome. If it guttered or blew out without cause, they ended the session. It meant something else had arrived. Not all signs were soft. Some stories told of a flame that danced too hard, a candle that leaned toward someone in the room. That meant the spirit was watching them in particular. If the candle flared when a name was spoken, it was taken as a response. In some houses, people believed a flickering candle near a child meant the spirit of a grandparent was near. In others, it meant the child was being watched by something that didn't belong. During wartime, candles held other meanings. A woman lighting a candle for her husband might see it flicker and fear the worst. No letter had come. No word had been sent. But the flame bent sideways in a still room, and that was enough. A quiet message. A warning. In some households, candles were used to guard as well as guide. People lit one before sleep and let it burn low on the hearth or windowsill. It wasn't for light, it was to keep watch. If the flame flickered near midnight, the watchers whispered a psalm or crossed themselves. Some said it meant a demon passed by the house. Others said it meant a soul still looking for rest had paused at the door. There were rules, too. You didn't blow out a candle right after someone spoke of the dead. You didn't snuff a flickering flame with your fingers. You used a spoon or a dish. You turned your head while doing it. These weren't written down. They were learned in silence. Children noticed. They asked why the candle moved when no one touched it. They were told it's the wind or just the wax. But they watched their mother's hands tighten or their father go quiet. They remembered. Later, when they lit candles of their own, they watched the flames just as closely. Weddings and births used candles too. A flicker during a wedding was sometimes taken as a sign of someone who wished they could be there. A grandfather, a sister, a friend. During labor, if the flame fluttered, midwives said the child would be restless. If the candle went out, they said the child would have a foot in two worlds. Some didn't speak of these things directly, but the candle kept its place. In homes without electricity, it was part of every day. In homes with lights, it still appeared during prayer, during storms, during illness. People didn't need to believe in spirits to feel uneasy when a steady flame began to dance. Today, candles are sold in stores with scents and bright labels. But when the power goes out and a single flame is all that lights the room, the feeling returns. The eye watches the flame. If it flickers without wind, without breath, Something in the body responds. You don't need to say the words, you just feel it. You sit still, you glance toward the window. You wait to see what the candle does next. Crows and ravens often brought fear. People believed they carried messages from the other side. If one landed on your roof, you knew something was wrong. Not just wrong in a small way, something deep and final. Death was near. It might not happen right away, but you could feel it getting closer. These birds didn't come for no reason. They watched, they waited, and when they came near, people didn't take it lightly. You could be walking home through a quiet path at dusk. The sky turns from orange to gray, and everything feels still. If you look up and see a crow sitting on a wire above you, unmoving, following your steps with its head, that's not just a bird. Not to those who understood. That was a warning. These birds didn't follow people like dogs. They didn't beg for scraps. If a crow followed you, there was a purpose behind it. They were watchers. Some said they saw things before they happened. Others said they guided souls after death. People didn't learn this from books. They learned from experience. In small villages and remote places, stories passed through generations. A man's brother dies in his sleep, healthy the night before. He remembers how a raven stood on his roof all day, wouldn't leave, no matter how loud he shouted or how many stones he threw. That bird left only after the man's brother stopped breathing. After that, he never ignored them again. In another story, a woman sees two crows circling her home every morning. She brushes it off the first few times. Then her neighbor, a close friend, falls from a ladder and dies. The birds vanish after the funeral. They were not visiting her house. They were there for someone else. But still, they knew before anyone else did. The connection between crows, ravens, and death isn't just superstition. These birds feed on carrion. They appear where death already lives. You find them near battlefields, near graveyards, on roads where animals get hit by cars. They're smart and wait for the right moment to pick at what's left behind. People noticed this. They put the pieces together long before science explained anything. But it went deeper. It wasn't just about scavenging. The way they acted made people uneasy. A crow doesn't panic when it sees you. It watches. It waits. It doesn't break eye contact. There's a sharpness in its look that doesn't feel natural. It feels like judgment, like the bird knows something you don't. And when that feeling lingers, when it won't go away, people start to talk. Sometimes a bird landed on the same house again and again. No food left out, no nests nearby, just the same black figure perched on the roof or sitting on the windowsill. The sound of its caw didn't feel random. It came at the same time each day. Or it came right after bad news, a miscarriage, a diagnosis, a stroke in the night. The bird didn't cause it, but it was always there before or during. People stopped seeing that as coincidence. Funeral workers, grave diggers, even nurses in small-town hospitals, they would talk about them. They'd see them out the window when a patient's condition turned. They'd hear them outside when the last breath left someone's lungs. A few even swore the birds came indoors. Once, through an open door in a hospice room, a crow hopped in and perched on a chair while the dying man's children wept. The bird didn't move, didn't react. After a few minutes, it flew out on its own. They buried the man the next day. In older times, some believed the birds carried the souls. Not to heaven or hell, but through the in-between. The idea was that the soul, right after death, had no clear place to go. It needed a guide. The crow didn't choose who lived or died. It just helped with the journey once the heart stopped. That's why seeing them before death was a bad sign. It meant the path was already forming. Farmers would hang dead crows on fences to scare others away. Not just because they ate crops, but because their presence meant more than hunger. It meant something unnatural was stirring. A single raven perched in a field at dawn could make a man turn back and not harvest his crops that day. They trusted the signs more than their clocks or calendars. Ravens, even more than crows, carried this weight. Bigger, louder, more solitary. A raven doesn't come in a flock. It comes alone or in pairs. When it landed, it stayed. It took up space in a way other birds didn't. One raven on a roof could silence a whole family at breakfast. They wouldn't speak. They'd just look out the window and wonder who the bird had come for. Children learned not to point at them. Some thought it would bring bad luck. Others thought it made the bird angry. and you didn't want that. You didn't want it to choose you. If a raven followed a child to school, the teacher might call the parents, not because of danger from the bird, but because of what it meant. Some kept their children home when the birds wouldn't leave. Even the way they sounded added to the fear. Crows don't sing, they croak. They call out in short bursts that echo across empty fields or narrow streets. You don't forget that sound once you hear it near your bedroom window before dawn. It doesn't sound like nature. It sounds like something trying to remind you of what's coming. In wartime, soldiers saw flocks of crows over no man's land. Sometimes the birds would land on bodies before the fighting even stopped. A few soldiers swore they saw them gather the day before a battle, as if they already knew what would happen. That left an impression. You march forward the next morning and see the same birds above, waiting. That sticks in your mind. In cities, the superstition faded a bit. Too much noise, too many people. But even there, when someone died suddenly and the neighbors remembered a bird crying outside the window the night before, it gave them pause. Some things didn't need to be explained to be believed. And even the most skeptical person had a moment, once in their life, when they heard a bird cry and felt something cold settle inside them. A crow on your roof, a raven in your path. They never came for no reason. Whether they saw what others couldn't, or simply moved with the rhythms of life and death in ways we don't yet understand, people gave them space. And when they arrived, people watched and waited. Because you didn't ignore that kind of visitor. Not if you knew what they were. Red hair didn't just stand out. It marked someone. In certain places and certain times, it marked them for something worse than being different. People saw it and didn't think of family traits or rare genes. They thought of fire. They thought of blood. They thought of the devil. A child with red hair born into a small village might never have a normal life. From the start, people watched that child with unease. They whispered that something wasn't right. Not because of anything the child did, but because of what the hair meant. It was too bright, too unnatural, like it had caught a spark from some place it shouldn't have. And once that thought took root, it didn't go away. In medieval Europe, some believed red hair was a curse, a sign that someone carried something dark in their blood. The Bible didn't say anything about it, but people filled the gaps on their own. They saw Judas in every red-haired man. Judas, the betrayer, often shown in paintings with a red beard or red curls. That image settled in people's minds. If red hair belonged to the man who sold out Christ, what could it mean for anyone else? Superstition builds in silence. It doesn't need facts. It needs a moment. A drought follows the birth of a red-haired baby, and people connect the two. A barn burns down, and someone remembers the red-haired stranger who passed through days earlier. A woman with copper-colored hair lives alone and speaks little, and soon she's the witch everyone avoids. It takes only a few of these moments before a pattern becomes a rule. In Scotland, where red hair is more common, suspicion still followed. Not everyone believed in curses, but enough did to make life difficult. A red-haired boy accused of stealing didn't get the benefit of the doubt. A girl with flame-colored hair might find no one willing to marry her, not because she lacked beauty, but because people feared her. They believed she might bring bad luck to the home. Crops would fail, livestock would fall ill, children would die before their time. Better not to take the risk. Red-haired people were often said to have short tempers. Whether or not it was true didn't matter. The idea stuck. People said they burned too hot, that their anger came from something inside them that didn't belong to the rest of us. They weren't like everyone else, and you couldn't trust someone who wasn't like you. That kind of thinking spread fast. In parts of Eastern Europe, the fear took sharper forms. Some claimed red-haired women were born from the union of a human and a demon. Others believed they were marked by Satan himself. He didn't give horns or tails, he gave hair that burned in the sun. You couldn't wash it away, you couldn't cut it out. If someone had red hair, they carried that mark for life. A red-haired midwife who lost a baby during birth might be blamed for it. People didn't think about infection or poor nutrition. They thought she took the child's soul. They thought she gave it to the devil in exchange for her powers. In towns where fear ruled over reason, these beliefs killed. People were beaten, driven out, or worse, all because their hair reminded someone of hellfire. It wasn't always that extreme. In some places, the suspicion was quieter. A red-haired merchant might find fewer customers. A schoolteacher with auburn hair might hear the whispers, but never be told directly what people thought. They'd feel it in the way others stood back, in the way no one asked them to stay for dinner. The isolation was slow and cold. It didn't leave bruises, but it left scars. The fear also tied into ideas about control. If someone didn't fit in, if they looked like trouble, you needed a way to name that difference. Red hair was easy to see. You couldn't miss it. That made it a target. It made it easier to say, there's the one. That's who brings us trouble. It gave shape to fear. You couldn't see bad luck, but you could see red hair. So people clung to that. They used it to explain what they didn't want to face. Children with red hair heard the warnings early. Don't play alone in the woods, they said. If something goes wrong, they'll blame you. Don't get angry in public. People are already watching. Don't speak too loud. Don't look too proud. Keep your head down and your mouth shut. Try to be smaller, quieter, safer. Parents passed this advice down like an heirloom, not out of cruelty, but out of fear. They knew how the world treated people who stood out in the wrong way. The suspicion even followed the dead. In some cemeteries, red-haired corpses were buried deeper than others. The belief was that if they weren't, they'd rise again. Not as ghosts, but as something worse, as revenants, as bodies driven by something foul. Villagers would hammer iron nails into the coffins or lay stones over the grave to keep them down. Red hair meant you might not rest easy in death, and others wouldn't take chances. You also saw this in art and literature. Villains had red hair, sorcerers, temptresses, figures who lied, tricked, seduced, betrayed. The message came through even if no one said it out loud. Red hair was a warning, a sign that someone carried danger in their blood, that they should be watched. Even medicine got wrapped into it. A few old medical texts claimed red-haired people bled more, that they felt pain differently, that they needed more medicine or reacted poorly to certain drugs. Whether those things were true or not didn't matter at the time. It added to the idea that they weren't normal, that something about them sat outside the usual rules. Over time, some people tried to turn that fear into something else. They said red-haired people had second sight, that they could see spirits, predict storms, find lost things. It sounded kinder, but it came from the same root. The belief that red-haired people were touched by something unnatural. Whether that meant cursed or gifted didn't change the fact that they were seen as other. The stigma didn't come from science, it came from stories, and those stories had long lives. They shaped how people acted, how they judged, and who they trusted. All based on something as simple as hair color. Something a person couldn't change. Something they were born with. But that's all it took. One flash of red and the crowd took a step back. One look at a child's copper curls, and the midwife crossed herself. One angry word from a red-haired man, and people said, "See? Just like we thought." And so it kept going. Word by word, glance by glance, whispers and warnings, passed hand to hand like kindling. All because of a color that people decided meant something it never really did. Cats were once welcome on farms, but not always in the home. People saw their usefulness. Mice didn't stand a chance, but they also watched them with suspicion. There was something about the way a cat moved, the way it stared, the way it came and went as it pleased. That made people uneasy, especially at night, especially around babies. If a baby died in its crib with no mark on its body, people needed an answer. They didn't have monitors or medical explanations. They had what they saw. And what they saw was a cat sleeping too close to a baby's face, or sitting near the cradle when no one else was around. That was enough to start a belief that stuck for generations. Cats steal your breath at night. People didn't say the cats meant harm. They said it was in their nature. A cat gets curious. A baby's breath is soft, sweet, full of milk. The cat climbs into the crib and presses its face close. It doesn't understand what it's doing, but the baby stops breathing. The baby doesn't cry. The baby just fades. And in the morning, the cat is gone and the child is cold. Stories like this passed from one mother to the next. Never leave a cat in the nursery, they said. They'll steal the baby's breath. It wasn't a joke. It wasn't a warning set out of habit. It was fear dressed up as advice. And no one questioned it because people had seen too much. A cousin's child, a neighbor's baby, a healthy infant who went down for a nap and didn't wake up. Then someone remembered that the cat had been nearby. There was one family, rural town, late 1800s. They kept a gray barn cat named Mabel. Sweet cat, didn't scratch, never ran. One winter, the youngest daughter, 6 months old, was found lifeless one morning. No fever, no sickness, just gone. The mother swore she saw Mabel in the crib earlier that night. Curled beside the baby, she chased the cat out, but the damage had been done. They buried the baby by the creek and gave Mabel away by the end of the week. People in that town still talk about it. It didn't matter that no one could explain how a cat could steal breath. The image was powerful enough. A cat, silent and soft, pressing its face over a baby's mouth. Not violent, just close enough to stop the air. People didn't need more than that. And when they repeated the story, they didn't dress it up. They said it plainly. Cats lie on babies and take the breath from them. The idea spread fast in places where infant death was common. Families needed a reason. God's will wasn't always enough, but a cat in the house, that could be blamed. Some people went further. They said cats were drawn to weakness. They could sense when someone's life hung by a thread. That's when they came close. Not out of comfort, but out of instinct. A dying breath was easier to take. Old doctors even got pulled into it. A few said cats could smother infants by accident. They didn't say steal breath, but they warned against cats in cribs. The message was the same. Keep the animals away from the sleeping child. The science didn't matter. The fear was stronger. And once something like that takes hold, it doesn't let go. You'd find warnings carved into nursery furniture. A small X under the cradle, a symbol to ward off cats. Some families placed glass bottles of milk under the crib to keep the cat distracted. Others locked their cats in the barn at night, no matter how cold. Better a shivering cat than a silent baby. Not all cats were treated the same. Black cats got the worst of it. They already carried the weight of other superstitions, witches' familiars, portents of death. If a black cat was seen near a baby's window at night, people might not wait for something to happen. They'd act. Some threw stones, others did worse. A few towns had stories of cats nailed to doors as warnings to others. Cruel, but done out of terror, not malice. It wasn't only about babies. People believed cats could sense sickness in anyone. If a cat started sleeping on your chest or stared at you for too long, some took that as a sign. Your breath was changing, your body was weakening. The cat wasn't trying to kill you, it just knew what was coming. And when the time came, it might be there, on your bed, near your mouth, taking what was left. A woman once told a story about her father. He was dying from an unknown illness. Couldn't speak, could barely move. But every night, their old house cat, Missy, would climb onto his chin, rest her head near his chin. They pushed her off again and again. The father passed 2 weeks later, and Missy never did it again to anyone else. In some folklore, cats didn't just steal breath, they held it. They carried it. If they took a child's final breath, it stayed with them. That's why some cats lived long lives and never got sick. They carried bits of others, lives inside them. Not souls, not memories, just breath, just enough to tip the balance. People believed those cats were dangerous, not evil, but powerful. You didn't cross them, you didn't meet their gaze. A few old midwives said a cat near the bed during birth could take the first breath before the baby even cried. That breath, they said, mattered. It was the start of life. If a cat took it, the child would grow weak or sickly. Maybe not die, but never thrive. Those women didn't allow cats in the birthing room, no matter what. That wasn't superstition to them. That was safety. Even in towns where people stopped believing in witches, they kept this one belief alive. You didn't risk a baby's breath. Too soft, too easy to lose. A cat, no matter how sweet, wasn't worth the chance. So doors were shut, cribs were guarded, and every now and then someone would wake in the night, hear the light padding of paws on the floor, and feel a chill move through them. Not because the cat meant harm, but because something deep and old still whispered that it might. And when a baby passed without warning, without cause, and the cat had been near, the whispers returned. Maybe not said aloud, maybe only thought, but they were there. Because once an idea like that takes root, soft and silent like a cat in the dark, it never fully leaves. Left-handedness carried a weight that right-handed people never had to carry. It wasn't just a difference, it was a warning. It marked you. It followed you into school, into church, into work. And long before anyone thought to ask why someone preferred one hand over the other, they had already decided what it meant. Being left-handed wasn't just odd, it was wrong. The roots went deep. The Latin word sinistra meant left, but it didn't stay there. It turned into sinister, evil, threatening, dark. That was no accident. It reflected how people saw the left hand. Not just as weaker, but as dangerous. The left side of anything carried suspicion. If a bird flew to the left, it meant misfortune. If someone entered from the left, they brought trouble. And if a child wrote with the left hand, people started to worry. Parents didn't see it as a quirk. They saw it as something to correct. They tied children's left hands behind their backs. They forced them to write with the right, even if the letters came out crooked, even if the child cried. Teachers slapped knuckles with rulers, not to punish disobedience, but to drive out the habit. That's what they called it, a habit, as if it could be broken, like nail-biting or daydreaming. They didn't see the left hand as a natural choice. They saw it as a defect. In some homes, they went further. They believed the devil worked through the left side, that a child who favored that hand might fall into sin more easily, that they were more stubborn, more angry, more prideful. It didn't matter if the child was kind or smart, the hand told the story. And that story didn't end well. People noticed that blessings were always made with the right hand, that oaths were sworn with the right, that the right hand meant order, strength, goodness. The left was the opposite. It was for betrayal, for accidents, for lies. A left-handed handshake made people uneasy. A left-handed salute was a mistake. It wasn't just about custom, it was about fear. Even language betrayed the bias. In English, right means correct. In French, gauche means left, but it also means awkward. In Italian, mancino, the word for left-handed, once carried the idea of being underhanded or sneaky. In many cultures, the word for left linked directly to bad luck or dishonor. This wasn't coincidence. It was a pattern, repeated again and again until it seemed like truth. There were places where left-handedness meant more than social discomfort. In parts of Europe, left-handed witches were said to draw their circles counterclockwise. That direction mattered. The right-hand path was for healing. The left-hand path was for harm. A person who stirred a pot with the left hand, or passed salt with the left, drew stares. Maybe no one said anything out loud, but they remembered. And in times of fear, they spoke up. Even the church took a stance. The sheep stood at God's right hand. The goats, those destined for judgment, stood at the left. In medieval paintings, devils and demons often appeared to the left of the damned. A left-handed priest might have been rare, but when one appeared, people talked. Some whispered that he served a different master. Others just stopped coming to Mass. In schools, things were stricter. A boy who held his pencil in the left hand could expect pressure from every angle. His teacher might force a switch. His parents might repeat old sayings about how left-handedness would hold him back. He'd be told he couldn't be trusted with tools, that his handwriting would always be sloppy, that he'd never keep up. And if he tried to insist, he'd be labeled difficult, disobedient, a problem. Girls got it too, though the pressure looked different. A left-handed girl might be warned that she'd never find a husband, that no decent man wanted a wife who stirred with the wrong hand. She might be told she looked clumsy, even when she wasn't, that she made people nervous without knowing why. She might be told to fix it before anyone else noticed. In some places, the superstition turned to law. In early schools in America and Britain, students were graded not only on performance, but on whether they used the correct hand. Left-handedness was seen as a mark of poor discipline. It meant the child wasn't following rules, even if they were trying their best. Some were held back. Others were punished more harshly for small things. Not because they were bad students, but because their hands told a story no one wanted to hear. At dinner tables, rules came down hard. You ate with your right, you passed food with your right. The left was seen as dirty, even if it wasn't. In some cultures, the left hand was used for cleaning oneself. Using it for anything else was rude. A left-handed child in that environment had few choices. Either switch or be shamed. Military training pushed the same line. Left-handed soldiers were forced to shoot right-handed. They drilled with weapons designed for right-hand use. Tools, gloves, even armor, all made for the majority. A left-handed recruit had to adapt or fall behind. No one redesigned anything for them. If they couldn't adjust, they were seen as weak or stubborn. In old workplaces, especially in skilled trades, the same problems came up. Blacksmiths built their stations for right-hand work. So did carpenters. A left-handed apprentice had to relearn everything backwards. If he made mistakes, they blamed the hand, not the setup. He'd be told he wasn't cut out for the work, that he was slow, awkward, cursed. Left-handedness became something to hide. People trained themselves to pass as right-handed, even if it hurt. They signed papers with the right. They wrote slowly, carefully, dragging their hands across wet ink just to avoid smudging. Left-handed desks didn't exist. Left-handed scissors weren't made. It was easier to change the person than to change the world. And still, left-handed children kept being born. Every family had one, even if they didn't talk about it. Some families broke the habit early before school. Others let it go and hoped no one noticed. But people always noticed. A handshake, a tool held wrong, a signature that curved the opposite way. It didn't take much, and once people saw it, they made decisions. Quiet ones, but firm. They decided who to trust, who to teach, who to follow, who to fear. All from which hand a person used to open a door, to stir a pot, to light a candle. All from a word, Sinister, that meant left and then came to mean something else entirely. When someone died, people covered the mirrors. It wasn't decoration. It wasn't tradition for tradition's sake. It was protection. Not for the living, but for the dead. The belief was simple and serious. Mirrors could trap souls. If a soul lingered too long after death and saw its own reflection, it might get caught. And once it was caught, it couldn't move on. It didn't matter how rich or poor the family was. If there was a mirror in the house, someone covered it. Sometimes with a cloth, sometimes with a sheet, sometimes with whatever they could find. It didn't have to be perfect. It just had to block the glass. The goal was to give the soul space to leave the body and pass through the house without being pulled in. The soul didn't need confusion or delay. It needed a clear path. You could walk into a home where a death had just occurred and know right away by the fabric hanging over the mirrors. The curtains might be open, the lamps might be lit, but the mirrors were dark. A house with uncovered mirrors after death was seen as careless at best, dangerous at worst. People didn't risk it. In many households, especially in older rural communities, the act of covering mirrors started before the body had even grown cold. One person handled the body. Another went from room to room, making sure the glass was hidden. It wasn't just the main mirror above the fireplace or the one in the hallway. Hand mirrors, vanity mirrors, framed bits of polished metal, anything that could show a reflection had to be hidden. Some people even turned over pictures with glass in the frame, just to be safe. The belief came from the idea that mirrors were not just objects, they were openings. A mirror didn't simply show what was in front of it, it created a space that looked like the world, but wasn't the world. That space had depth, it had form. And in the moments after death, when the soul left the body and didn't yet know where to go, that space could become a trap. A soul, newly freed, might drift through the house. It might linger near familiar objects or faces. If it passed a mirror and saw its reflection, it might pause. Some believed the soul didn't recognize death right away. It still thought it was part of the world. If it saw itself in the mirror, it might believe that it was still alive and walk toward that image. Once inside, it couldn't return. The soul wouldn't be in pain. It wouldn't scream or call out. It would simply stay, caught in the reflection, unable to leave. And that mirror would carry a weight from then on. It might show strange shadows. People might feel watched when they passed by. Some said the air near the glass felt colder. Others said it gave off a sense of sadness or waiting. There's a story from an old house in Maine. A young boy died of fever, and in the confusion and grief, the family forgot to cover the hallway mirror. Weeks later, the boy's sister swore she saw him in it. Not a ghost in the house, only in the mirror. He looked back at her, same clothes, same eyes. She ran screaming. The family covered the mirror after that, but the feeling never left. They sold the house within a year. People didn't talk lightly about mirrors that trapped souls. If someone believed a mirror held a soul, they didn't break it. They didn't throw it away. They might cover it forever or pass it down with warnings. "Don't leave this one uncovered," they'd say. Especially not at night. Some people placed salt lines around those mirrors. Others moved them to storage rooms or cellars. Out of sight, out of reach. Mirrors weren't just dangerous after death. Some believed they could reflect more than physical images. They could show things that weren't meant to be seen. A person looking into a mirror for too long might glimpse a loved one who had passed, or something else entirely, something watching from the other side. Mirrors were kept clean and clear, not for vanity, but because a dirty mirror could distort the image and let in confusion. That confusion gave space for spirits to slip in. In houses with many deaths, mirrors were seen as especially risky. A room with both a mirror and a dying person was considered dangerous. The mirror had to be covered before the final breath. If someone forgot and the person died in that room, people would avoid the mirror from then on. Some would go as far as to paint over it or remove it from the house. In some cultures, they added another step. They turned the mirrors toward the wall, not just covered, but faced away. A mirror that couldn't see anything posed no threat. This took more time and effort, but people did it, especially when the death was sudden or violent. They believed the soul might be confused or frightened, more likely to make a mistake, more likely to get stuck. A few people believed that once a soul entered a mirror, it might not stay quiet. It might try to return, not to harm, but to speak, to finish something. They told stories of mirrors fogging up in rooms with no heat, of fingerprints on glass no one had touched, of people catching motion in the reflection but seeing nothing when they turned around. These were warnings. The soul was still there. Funeral homes knew about these beliefs. In older times, some removed mirrors from their rooms altogether. Others covered them during services without being asked. It wasn't about religion, it was about respect. Families who held on to the practice felt comforted knowing no mirrors were left bare. Today, many people cover mirrors after a death without fully knowing why. They call it tradition. They say their grandmother did it and her mother before her. But the reason lingers beneath the habit. Mirrors are more than decoration, they hold space. And when death passes through, no one wants to leave that space open. Even in modern homes, where belief in spirits fades and science explains more each year, something about the uncovered mirror after death feels wrong. People find themselves draping a towel over it, just in case. They don't say they believe in trapped souls, but they don't test it either. The mirror stays covered until the body is gone, until the room feels lighter, until they're sure the soul has passed on. It only takes one mistake, one forgotten mirror, for the story to spread. They say that mirror still shows her, someone will say, and whether or not it's true doesn't matter. The next time someone dies, someone else will remember. They'll find a sheet and they'll cover the glass, not out of fear, not out of habit, but because deep down they still know what mirrors can hold. People once believed wolves couldn't get sick, not in the way humans did. They watched wolves survive harsh winters, deep wounds, and long hunger. They saw them limp through snow with half-healed legs, then return days later with blood on their fur and strength in their eyes. No medicine, no rest, just survival. That gave wolves power, and people wanted some of it for themselves. Wearing a wolf tooth around the neck wasn't fashion, it was protection. People believed that carrying the tooth of a wolf could keep disease away. Not just mild illness, but the kind that killed whole families. Fever, infection, plague. When these things came, people looked to anything that might help. A tooth taken from something that didn't fall sick made sense. If the wolf carried strength in its body, that strength could pass into the one who wore it. The amulet didn't have to be fancy. A string of leather, a hole drilled through the tooth. Sometimes it was wrapped in cloth and pinned under a shirt. Sometimes it was hung over a cradle. Mothers believed it kept babies safe, not just from coughing or chills, but from whatever invisible thing stole breath in the night. The tooth didn't stop death, but it gave people hope. That was enough to make it worth wearing. In mountain villages, the belief held strong. A boy in a household catches fever. His mother hangs a wolf tooth on the doorframe and another over the child's bed. She boils herbs, says prayers, and waits. The boy survives. They say it was the tooth. The herbs worked too, maybe. But the tooth carried the real weight. It came from a wild thing that feared no sickness. That was what mattered. In other cases, the amulet passed down through families, one tooth worn by 3 generations. A grandfather hunted the wolf. A father wore it through war. A son takes it into the fields each day. They don't clean it. They don't cut it. It stays as it was. They believe breaking the tooth or drilling a new hole weakens its power. It has to remain whole, untouched. Sometimes the tooth came from a known wolf, one feared or respected by locals. A wolf that survived traps, that killed livestock without being seen. When that wolf was finally brought down, the teeth were taken with care. Not all of them, just a few. Enough to pass on, enough to keep close to the skin. People wanted the resilience of that animal, not just any wolf. There was a belief that wolves carried magic in their bones, not the kind found in spellbooks or rituals, but in blood and muscle, in instinct. They lived close to danger and thrived. That kind of power wasn't written, it was worn. Hunters, soldiers, and midwives all wore the teeth. Different reasons, same belief. A strong body needed strong protection. The shape of the tooth mattered too. A long fang gave more power than a flat one. A clean break was better than one cracked or chipped. If the tooth had a stain, people said it still held the memory of the last fight. That made it more effective, especially if the fight had been hard. They wanted proof the animal had struggled and won. That struggle meant survival. And survival was the point. Not everyone could get one. Wolves weren't easy to find, and even when found, not every hunter dared to kill one. Some said wolves had spirits behind them, forces that watched over the pack. Killing a wolf might bring that spirit's anger. So when someone did it, the act carried weight. A wolf tooth wasn't just a trophy. It was proof that the hunter took something wild and made it theirs. There were places where people believed the teeth only worked if taken from the wolf's mouth before the body cooled. If the jaw stiffened, the power was gone. The spirit had left. So after the kill, the hunter moved fast. He opened the jaw, pulled the tooth, and handed it over. Or kept it for himself. But either way, it had to be quick. Some old medicine men, especially in the north, carried pouches of teeth. Not just wolves, but bears, foxes, boars. Each one had a different purpose, but the wolf teeth were always for sickness. When someone came with a cough that wouldn't go, the healer didn't just give herbs. He might press a tooth into their palm and say, "Keep this close, let it watch over you." There was no ceremony, no chant, just the belief that this piece of a predator, this part of something that lived without help, could push disease back. People trusted it more than they trusted clean water or rest. Because wolves didn't have warm beds or broths or mothers watching over them, and they lived anyway. Even in places with churches and doctors, the amulet remained. People didn't talk about it as much. They wore it under their shirts. They passed it to children with a quiet nod. They didn't say it out loud, but they still believed. A child going off to school in the city took it in their bag. A soldier wore it around his neck under his uniform. A pregnant woman kept it in the pocket of her coat, touching it when pain came. No one said it cured. That wasn't the point. It kept away, it held off, it gave a person a fighting chance. When illness was near, that mattered. When you lived far from help, that mattered even more. If a person wearing the tooth fell ill, they didn't blame the amulet. They said it had absorbed too much, that it had taken on the sickness meant for them. Some buried the tooth after that. Others burned it, not out of anger, but because its work was done. A dead tooth couldn't protect. And it wasn't right to keep it close if the magic had faded. Still, people searched for new ones. Traders came through markets with little leather bundles. Some lied and sold bear teeth or dog teeth, claiming they were wolf. Buyers tried to tell the difference by weight, by curve, by smell. A real wolf tooth had to come from the right mouth, otherwise it was just bone. And so the practice lived on. Not loud, not proud, quiet, worn under collars, behind buttons, inside pillowcases. Not to show off, not to invite questions, just to keep something close that once belonged to a creature that knew how to live through cold, through hunger, through pain. A creature that didn't fall ill like men did. Because in a world where disease took without warning, people took what they could. A tooth from a predator, a charm of survival. Not to cure, but to hold the sickness at bay just a little longer. A dog howling wasn't just noise. It was a message. That's how people saw it. A warning that something had shifted in the world, especially if the dog howled 3 times and especially if it faced a door while doing it. That wasn't random. That was a sign. Something was coming, and it was never good. In quiet towns and old villages, dogs lived close to people. Not as pets, not in the way people think now. They guarded, they worked, they barked at strangers, they kept animals safe. People trusted their instincts. If a dog growled at someone, you paid attention. If a dog refused to enter a room, you didn't ask why. You just didn't go in. And if a dog stood in front of a door and howled 3 times, people took it seriously. That meant death was near. It didn't have to be violent. It didn't have to be loud. Someone might be dying in a bed upstairs, quiet as sleep. The doctor might have said there was hope. But if the dog howled at the door 3 times, people started preparing. They brought in the priest, they lit a candle, they closed the shutters, because the dog knew before anyone else did. There's a story from a farmhouse outside a small town. Cold winter night. The family dog, old and half blind, hadn't barked in months. But that night, it stood at the front door and howled 3 times, each louder than the last. The father opened the door, saw nothing, shut it again. The dog lay down and didn't make another sound. The next morning, the grandmother died in her sleep. She'd been fine the day before. The dog had known. It hadn't warned with panic. It had spoken in the only way it could. People said dogs could see things we couldn't, not just shadows or shapes. They saw spirits. They heard them moving. They felt when the air changed. Some said dogs could smell death, not the body, not sickness, but the death itself, before it arrived. It made their ears twitch. It made their skin crawl. And then they howled. 3 howls wasn't just noise. It was a pattern. 1 meant warning. 2 meant danger. 3 meant the door would open and someone would leave through it for the last time. Not in body, in spirit. The howl was for the soul, not the flesh. The dog faced the door because that's where the soul would pass. Not through a window. Not through a wall. Through the door. It didn't have to be the front door. Dogs howled at back doors, kitchen doors, even bedroom doors. It depended on where the spirit would go. The dog knew. It always knew. People who saw it happen didn't forget. A mother holds her child, sick with fever. The dog walks into the room, sits, turns to the door, and lets out 3 sharp howls. The room goes still. No one speaks. They all understand. The end has started. Some dogs did it once in their life. Others did it more than once. And each time, someone passed. That created a kind of respect. People stopped treating the howl like a sound. They treated it like a bell tolling. If a neighbor's dog howled at your house, you looked inward. Who was old? Who was ill? Who had been quiet lately? Who had been dreaming of their dead? Even when no one was visibly sick, the howling carried weight. A man hears a dog howl 3 times one evening. No one in the house is unwell. He shrugs it off. But 3 days later, he falls from his ladder and breaks his neck. The dog had seen it coming. It just didn't know how to say it more clearly. People used to keep track. If a dog howled once and nothing happened, they didn't worry. If it howled twice, they watched it. But if it stood in one spot, looked straight at the door, and howled 3 times with its head tilted back, people called the midwife, the priest, or the undertaker, depending on what kind of house it was. They didn't try to stop the howl. That would be pointless. You couldn't silence a message like that. Some tried once. A farmer tied up his dog after it howled at the door. He beat it for waking the baby. But the baby died 2 nights later from a sickness no one had noticed. The man never touched the dog again. Dogs weren't always mournful when they howled. Sometimes it sounded like singing, long, steady notes rising and falling. But the meaning didn't change. Some believed the dog wasn't sad, it was calling the spirit to come out, helping it find its way. Dogs, they said, stood between worlds. They had 1 foot in ours and 1 foot in the other. That's why they knew when the veil got thin. Not every dog had this gift. People said it ran in certain lines. A dog born under a new moon. A dog with 1 eye lighter than the other. A dog born on the day of a funeral. These were the ones who saw more, who heard more. You didn't breed them for hunting or herding. You kept them close to the house. You fed them well. You listened when they spoke. It wasn't just old wives' tales. Even people who didn't believe in omens remembered the howls. They remembered the timing. They remembered who died. And when they heard it again, something in them paused. They didn't say anything. They just looked at the door and waited. Some families had dogs that only howled for their own people. Others had dogs that howled for anyone nearby. A dog in one house howls 3 times, and a mile down the road, a woman clutches her chest and falls. The howl didn't care about walls or fences. It went where it needed to go. In some towns, the howling became part of death. Families waited for it in a way. They didn't want it, but they expected it. If a loved one lingered, unconscious, caught between breaths, and the dog hadn't howled yet, they knew it wasn't time. When it came, 3 clear, steady sounds, then they lit the candles. And when the dog passed on, after years of service, families mourned. Not just because they'd lost a companion, but because they'd lost a guardian. A dog that howled for the dying was more than an animal. It was a watcher, a signal, a voice from the edge of things. Even now, in towns where belief fades, people still feel it. A dog howls in the night, long and low, facing the door, and someone inside the house stiffens. They don't believe in omens. They don't follow signs, but they listen, all the same, and they count 1, 2, 3, then silence, then nothing but the sound of breath and the waiting. Eopal didn't always see owls the way they do now. They weren't wise. They weren't charming. They weren't mascots or toys. They were warnings. If you heard an owl call in the night, especially near your home, it meant trouble. People listened to that sound and went still. Some said the owl cried out when death was coming. Others said its voice summoned illness. Either way, no one called it a good sign. The cry itself set people on edge. It wasn't a pleasant sound. It cut through the dark, sharp, and strange. Not a chirp, not a song. More like a question no one wanted to answer. A long, drawn-out call that echoed across fields or through thin walls. If it came once, people waited. If it came twice, they worried. 3 times, and someone would cross themselves. You didn't ignore an owl. You listened and braced yourself. In many villages, especially in the countryside, people believed that if an owl called near your home, someone inside would fall sick. Maybe not right away, maybe not that night, but soon. It didn't matter if the person was healthy. The owl didn't need symptoms. It knew something was already shifting. The call wasn't random. It was a notice. There's an old story from a coastal town. A family of 5 lived on the edge of a cliff, surrounded by trees. One night, the youngest daughter heard an owl outside her window. She told her parents, but they didn't listen. She heard it again the next night. The next morning, her brother collapsed while hauling in nets from the shore. Fever took him within a week. No injury, no wound, just heat and sweat and silence. The girl stopped sleeping near windows after that. Owls didn't need to be seen to matter. Their voice was enough. But when one landed near a house, on the roof, on a fence post, in a tree by the window, the fear grew stronger. Seeing the owl made it real. If it stayed for hours, or if it looked inside the home, people took action. Some rang bells to scare it off. Others threw salt at the doorway. A few went so far as to shoot it, though they knew that killing such a bird might only make things worse. People believed owls flew close to the dying. They waited near windows, watched over doors, not to take a soul, but to witness the passing, as if they were keeping count. An owl wasn't just a bird. It was a sign that someone had reached the edge. Whether that edge was illness, grief, or the final breath didn't always matter. The sound meant something had already begun. Even midwives feared the call. A woman in labor, hearing an owl outside, might grip her sheets harder, certain that something would go wrong. In some homes, they'd light extra candles if an owl called during a birth. Not for warmth, but for protection. The light was meant to drive the owl away. Not the bird itself, but the thing it brought with it. In other places, people said the owl didn't come for the sick, it came for the weak. A child with a cough, an old man with tired hands, someone who had lost too much too fast. The owl saw who was fading before anyone else did. Its voice named the one who couldn't be saved. No one else heard the name, but they heard the cry. Some owls were worse than others. The screech owl carried the worst reputation. Its cry didn't sound like a bird at all. It sounded like a scream. People said that sound could split the night open. If you heard a screech owl outside your home, you didn't go to the window. You stayed still and silent and prayed that it flew past. If it circled your roof, you prepared for the worst. In places where people still lived close to the land, the owl's role stayed firm. You could see the fear in the way people reacted. A farmer would stop working if he heard an owl in the trees behind his field. He might wait until morning to finish the job. A woman walking home after dark would turn back if she heard the call behind her, even if she had only a mile to go. Even if she had children waiting, the call meant stop. The call meant wait. Some said owls came from the other side, that they carried news from the dead, not messages, not voices, just a signal that the line had grown thin, that something was crossing. And once that something arrived, it wouldn't leave empty-handed. The owl didn't take, but it always left a gap behind. Others believed owls fed on the dying, not flesh, spirit, that when the body weakened, the owl grew strong, that its cry was not a warning, but a claim. That's why the sound chilled the blood. Not because of the volume, but because of what it meant. It meant the bird had already chosen. And when the owl chose, people could only wait and see who it had seen. In some cultures, if an owl called outside a window, the family would hang black cloth over the glass, not to hide, but to block the gaze. An owl's eyes were said to carry weight. If it looked at you, it could mark you. Not with pain, not with blood, but with silence. The kind that spreads slow like a shadow across a table. The kind that doesn't lift until someone is gone. There were ways to protect against the owl. Some placed iron objects at the doors, old nails, horseshoes, bits of chain. Others tied red thread around their beds. A few burned herbs near the windows when the cries came. It didn't stop the bird, but it gave people something to do, something to hold. When you can't stop death, you guard the threshold. Not everyone feared the owl. A few said it was only a bird, but even they spoke softer when it cried. Even they noticed who got sick after it came. They didn't call it magic. They didn't call it fate. They just said, "It's strange, isn't it?" and looked away. The owl didn't rush. It called once, then again, then a third time, then silence. And in that silence, the waiting began. A cough worsened. A child grew pale. An old woman closed her eyes and didn't open them. Not always right away, but always soon. No one taught this. Children learned by watching. They saw their mother freeze at the sound. They saw their grandfather set down his tools when the owl cried. They felt the change in the room. Not panic, not shouting, just stillness. That's how you knew the owl had been heard. And even now, when people know more, when they don't believe in signs the way they used to, something stays. An owl cries out in the dark and someone wakes. They check the time, they check the rooms. They look out the window and wait for the sound again. 1, 2, 3, then nothing, then quiet. Women were once warned not to look in mirrors while pregnant. It wasn't about modesty. It wasn't about vanity. It was fear. People believed that a pregnant woman who stared at her own reflection risked harming the child. Not by touch, not by movement, but by gaze alone. The warning was plain. If she looked too long, the child might be born with a deformity. It didn't matter how clean the mirror was. It didn't matter how clear the image. The danger was the act itself. Mother seeing herself while carrying another life. In some places, women were told not to even glance at a mirror after quickening, when the baby first moved in the womb. That moment meant the child had a soul. And once the soul was there, the mirror could reach it. Some said the mirror worked like a gate, that when a woman looked into one, her reflection wasn't just hers, it belonged to both her and the child. And if something was wrong in that reflection, if a shadow crossed her face or a crack split the glass, the child would carry it. Not in spirit, but in flesh. A twisted hand, a cleft lip, a missing eye. Whatever mark the mirror showed, the child would wear. There's an old story told in parts of Eastern Europe. A young woman, proud of her growing belly, dressed each morning with the help of a large mirror. She smoothed her clothes, adjusted her hair, turned side to side. She smiled often, but when the baby came, the child had a crooked spine and one eye that looked in the wrong direction. The midwife said nothing at first, but later when pressed, she asked, "Did you look too long?" The mother said yes. The midwife shook her head and said, "That's where it came from." This belief wasn't limited to one culture. You could find it in farming villages, in cities, in mountain towns. People repeated it quietly. A grandmother might whisper it to her daughter. A neighbor might mention it when passing along swaddles or herbs. "Don't look at yourself," they'd say. "Not now." It wasn't said harshly. It wasn't meant as a scolding. It was advice, passed down because too many had seen what happened when it was ignored. In some households, mirrors were covered during pregnancy, just like after death. A cloth over the glass, a sheet over the frame. Not to hide the mirror, but to protect the mother and the child. People believed the mirror's pull was strongest when the mother was alone. If someone else was in the room, the danger faded. But if she was by herself, especially at dusk or just after waking, the mirror's surface could bend what it reflected. There were even rules about what kind of mirror made the risk worse. Large ones, especially. The full-body mirrors that showed not just the face but the whole form. These were thought to have more power. A hand mirror might cause a small mark. A wall mirror could mark the whole body. That's what they said. Some believed the mirror didn't deform the child. It copied what it saw. If a pregnant woman looked into the mirror while frowning, or crying, or twisted in posture, the child would take on those shapes. The baby would grow into the emotion or the stance. A child born angry. A child born with hands that wouldn't unclench. A child who never smiled. Others said that the mirror only harmed if the woman looked at herself too closely. Not just a glance, but real attention. Turning her head, pulling at her cheeks, examining the lines of her face. That kind of close study, they said, focused the mirror's energy. It told the child, this is what you must become. And the child did, but not always in the way the mother hoped. A woman once told a story from her great-grandmother. The old woman had known a neighbor who gave birth to a baby with no ears. The child could hear, but the ears never formed. Flat skin where there should have been folds. When people asked what happened, the neighbor said nothing. But someone remembered seeing her often at the window, brushing her hair in front of a tall mirror. They said she liked how her ears looked. She looked at them every day. And so, the mirror took them. Some midwives warned that even dreaming of mirrors could bring trouble. They said that dreams during pregnancy held more weight than regular dreams, that the child floated closer to the mother's thoughts. If she dreamed of herself in a mirror and saw something wrong, blood, a broken tooth, a dark figure behind her, then the child would carry that dream into its body. Some women tied knots in their sheets to block bad dreams. Others slept with herbs under the pillow. But mostly, they tried not to think of mirrors at all. In some towns, the warning became part of the instructions given to expectant mothers. Eat these foods. Avoid that hill. Don't lift heavy buckets. Don't braid your hair on Fridays. And don't look in the mirror too long. One rule among many, but not the one anyone forgot. Even in places with better access to doctors, the belief held on, because not everything could be explained. A healthy mother, a smooth pregnancy, and a child born with something missing or something extra. 6 fingers, one leg shorter than the other, eyes that wouldn't open. If the midwife couldn't explain it, the family searched for what had gone wrong. And more than once, someone said, "Did she look in the mirror?" No one blamed the mother out loud. Not always, but the question hung in the air. And the mother remembered. Maybe she had looked, maybe not much, just a few moments, just to fix her hair or check her dress. But now that moment sat heavy, and she wondered if the mirror had taken more than a glance, if it had reached past the glass and touched what was still growing inside her. Some women refused to keep mirrors in the house while pregnant. They borrowed space in their mother's home or moved into the back room where no glass hung. They combed their hair in metal trays or the surface of water. Anything but a mirror. They did it not because they were sure, but because they weren't. And even now, when beliefs like this are called old or strange, some women pause before looking too long. They feel the child turn inside them and think, let it grow in peace. Let it grow without shape or judgment. And they look away from the glass, just in case. Church bells weren't just for calling people to prayer. People believed they kept evil away. When the bell rang out over the fields and rooftops, it did more than mark the hour. It cleared the air. It cut through silence that didn't feel safe. It reached into the corners of a town and shook loose whatever dark thing might have settled there. In many villages, especially older ones, people said the bell's voice had power. Not charm, not music. Power, the kind that moved through stone and wood and bone, the kind that didn't ask permission. When the bell rang, spirits fled, not because the bell hurt them, but because it made the world solid again. Spirits needed silence, fog, confusion. The bell broke that apart. You could feel it. A still afternoon, no wind, clouds hanging heavy. Then the bell rings, one deep note, and suddenly it's like something lifts. People stand straighter, birds scatter, dogs stop growling. It doesn't explain itself. It doesn't have to. The shape of the bell mattered. So did the metal. Many were made from a mix of bronze and tin, poured by hand, prayed over, and named. Yes, named. Bells had names like people. Once named, they were blessed. The church didn't do this for decoration. They did it because people believed the bell was a kind of guardian. Its name helped it know what it was meant to protect. Some bells rang every morning and evening. Others only rang in moments of danger. Storms, war, plague. Those rings were longer, slower, measured. Not a call to gather, but a warning, a shield. People believed that evil moved more freely during moments of fear, and the bell pushed it back. There's a story from a village where plague had taken half the town. The dead were buried fast. There weren't enough hands. The priest rang the bell himself, every evening at the same time. 3 long tolls, 1 pause, 3 more. He did it for 40 days. People said the sickness faded not from herbs or luck, but from the sound. The bell kept death from climbing the last hill and reaching the rest of the town. Some villages had more than 1 bell, each with a different purpose. 1 for the dead, 1 for fire, 1 for storms. But only 1 was said to chase spirits. It had a lower pitch. You could feel it in your chest. You didn't just hear it, you carried it. That's what made it work. Spirits couldn't stay where that sound lived. People said evil didn't like strong shapes, crosses, stones, fire, and bells. Especially bells, because the bell didn't just sit still. It moved, it swung, it threw sound, it demanded attention. Spirits liked corners. The bell refused to let corners stay quiet. Even when there was no threat, people still rang the bell once a week just to clear the air. That's what they called it. A clearing, not a song, not a ritual. Like sweeping a floor or opening a window. Something needed to be removed, and the bell was the broom. Bells were rung during childbirth in some places. Not at the moment of birth, but afterward, when the child was still new, soft, unsure. The sound helped root the soul to the body, they said. If a child was slow to cry, someone might run to ring the bell. Just once. Just enough to wake whatever needed waking. There's another story, this one from a hill town surrounded by woods. For weeks, people saw lights in the trees, strange shapes, livestock vanished, children wouldn't sleep. Then the bell tower was struck by lightning. The bell cracked but didn't fall. The priest ordered it rung anyway. It let out a broken sound, jagged but loud. After that, the lights stopped. The bell rang every week after that, cracked or not. A cracked bell still worked, as long as it rang. People didn't throw broken bells away. They patched them or found a way to make them sing again. A silent bell was worse than a broken one. Silence let things in. Even if the sound came out wrong, it was better than nothing. During funerals, bells didn't just honor the dead. They cleared the path. People believed the soul rose faster when the bell rang. The sound lifted it. Without the bell, the soul might hover too long. It might lose its way. That's why bells were rung during burials, even when the dead were buried in silence. The bell wasn't for the living. It was for the space between. When the bell tower collapsed in one town, people feared more than the cost of repair. They worried about what would come in the quiet. A week passed before a new bell arrived. In that week, 2 barns burned and a child vanished. They rebuilt the tower in half the time it had taken the first time. Blacksmiths who cast bells for churches worked carefully. They didn't rush, they didn't talk while pouring the metal, they didn't joke. Each bell had one chance. If it was poured wrong, it was buried, never reused. A bell made wrong would sound wrong, and a wrong sound didn't protect, it might invite. Some bells were rung during storms not just to mark the danger, but to push it back. People said thunder carried spirits riding the wind. If the bell was loud enough, the storm would turn, or at least pass without touching the churchyard. Children were taught to respect the bell, not to mock it, not to mimic the sound. One boy who imitated the bell with a stick and a bucket was found sleepwalking weeks later, speaking in a language no one knew. His mother took him to the chapel every morning until he stopped. Even thieves avoided churches with strong bells, not because of guards, because of the sound. A thief might pick a lock, but he couldn't stop the bell once it rang. And if it rang while he was inside, that meant he'd been seen, not by men, but by something else. People trusted the bell more than they trusted fences, more than they trusted locks. The bell didn't sleep, it didn't lie, it didn't need to see, it only needed to be heard. And when it rang, everything listened. Baptism wasn't just a ritual, it was protection. People believed that a newborn who died unbaptized wouldn't find rest. The soul wouldn't rise, it wouldn't join the saints, it wouldn't even drift peacefully. It would linger, it would wander. And in some places, people believed it would return. Not in body, but in presence. A soft cry in the dark, a cold breeze near the cradle, a sense that something small and unfinished had been left behind. That's why babies were baptized as soon as possible. Not after weeks, not after months. As soon as they could be held upright and brought to the church, they were taken. Even in deep winter, even in sickness, even when the roads were bad. If the baby survived the birth, the next step was water. The midwife often played a role. In some cases, if the child was born weak or not breathing, the midwife would perform an emergency baptism right there. A few drops of water, a few spoken words. That was enough to give the soul a name and a path. If the child lived, the church would bless the act. If the child died, they buried it with peace, knowing it had been claimed. Parents feared more than grief. They feared what might come back. An unbaptized soul didn't go where it should. It hovered at the edge. It saw what it had lost. It cried without sound. Some said these souls caused sickness in other children. Some said they visited their mothers in dreams, asking why they were never given a name. There's a story from a northern village told again and again. A young woman lost her child during a harsh winter. The priest was away, the roads were blocked, and she waited too long. The child died unbaptized. After that, she couldn't sleep. She heard a baby's cry from beneath the floor. Her milk didn't dry. She saw small handprints on the window, even when it hadn't snowed. People said the child had stayed, looking for a name, looking for a way out. She moved away within the year. Churchyards kept separate spaces for the unbaptized. You didn't bury them near the saints or under the bell. You placed them outside the fence, in ground that was marked but not blessed. A small stone, no name. Sometimes not even that. Parents wept, but they followed the rule. They knew what could happen if they didn't. In older times, if a child died before baptism, families didn't speak of it much. The soul wasn't seen as lost, but delayed, caught like a candle that had never been lit. And because it had no light, it moved in the shadows. People didn't fear the child. They feared what might follow from that kind of loss. Illness, restlessness, coldness that settled in a house and wouldn't leave. Priests taught the importance of water and words, not because of tradition, but because they'd seen the sorrow that came from delay. One priest kept a small bottle of holy water in his coat at all times. If he passed a home with a newborn, he'd offer baptism right then and there. A small ceremony in the kitchen. No candles, no gown, just a name and a prayer. Even skeptical parents agreed. They might not attend church every week, but they didn't skip the baptism. It wasn't about belief, it was about safety. No one wanted to be the family whose baby died unnamed. No one wanted to wake in the night and feel a weight near the foot of the bed. Too small to be a person, too real to be nothing. In some places, midwives were trained in how to baptize. They learned the words along with the birthing skills. If the baby came early, or blue, or silent, they acted fast. Not every birth had time for ceremony, and no one wanted to risk waiting. Sometimes the baptism happened before the mother even saw the child. A whisper of the name over water, a gesture made with the hand, and then the child was lifted. If it cried, the house felt lighter. If it didn't, they wrapped it and called for the priest. Families who lived far from town built their own fonts, simple bowls or carved stones set in corners near windows. Not decorative, functional, ready. In case the priest couldn't come, in case something went wrong, you didn't wait for Sunday, you didn't wait for guests, you didn't wait. Even now, in places where people no longer speak of restless spirits, the practice holds. A child is born, and the first question asked is the name. The second is when the baptism will be. Grandparents still say, "Don't delay." They remember the stories. They remember the cold rooms, the quiet footsteps, the feeling that something small but unfinished had been left behind. No one speaks it loud, But some still believe that the soul doesn't fully enter the body until water and word come together. That a baby before baptism is open, still between, that anything could happen in that space, that something else could take notice. That's why the water matters. That's why the name matters. There's a tradition in some coastal towns of ringing a bell when the baby is baptized. A single, high note, not for celebration, but to mark the moment, to tell the world, and whatever walks outside of it, that the child now belongs, that the child has been claimed, that the soul has a name and a path and can't be called back. Parents sometimes kept the baptismal gown close, even after the child grew, not for sentiment, for safety. They believed the cloth held something, a kind of seal. If the child fell ill, they'd place the gown under the pillow or near the bed. Not magic, not cure, just a reminder. This child was baptized. This child is named. It didn't mean the child couldn't die, but it meant the child would rest. And that was everything. People once believed that if you stepped over someone, especially a child, you could stunt their growth. Not just pause it, stop it. Their body would freeze at its current height, and nothing could undo it unless you stepped back over them the same way. The warning was clear. Never step over someone without stepping back. Children heard this first, not from teachers or doctors, but from their parents and older siblings. Don't let anyone step over you, they were told. You'll stop growing. If it happened by accident, the child had to speak up. They had to ask the person to go back the same way, not around, not sideways, back over the legs just as they'd done before. That was the only fix. It wasn't a joke. It wasn't something people said for fun. People watched for it. If two children were playing on the floor and one stepped over the other, an adult might snap their fingers and say, "Step back, now." It didn't matter how young the child was. The belief treated it seriously. It had to be undone before the damage settled in. The rule applied to anyone, but it mattered most with children. That's where the fear lived. Adults were already grown. But a child 3 years old, 5, 8, they were still forming, still stretching, and anything could disrupt that. Growth wasn't guaranteed. People knew that. They had seen children stop growing after sickness. They had seen boys stay short while their brothers shot up. They didn't always have answers. So when something strange happened, they traced it back. Sometimes the only explanation they had was this: someone must have stepped over them. There's a story from a farming town where a boy stayed small while his cousins passed him by. His mother asked around. She spoke to the school, the doctor, the priest. No one had answers. Then one day, an older cousin confessed. Years earlier, he had stepped over the boy while they were playing on the porch. He hadn't stepped back. No one had noticed. The boy had been 5 then. He was 10 now and still wore the same coat. The family said nothing, but from then on, they made sure no one stepped over anyone else in that house again. It didn't matter where the stepping happened: inside, outside, in the street, in the yard. If someone's body was stretched out, legs or full length, and another person stepped over them, the rule applied. Some people even believed it worked while sleeping. A person lying down, unaware, could be cursed by an unthinking step. And once growth stopped, it wouldn't start again unless the fix was made. The same body, the same person, the same step, reversed. Some people took it further. They said the stepping didn't just stop physical growth. It could affect a person's mind, their future, their strength. A boy might stay soft-spoken, small in spirit. A girl might not speak up for herself, might not take risks. They were stuck in more ways than height. Their energy was trapped. Their shape was unfinished. That's why in many places people avoided stepping over others at all, even if it was easier. Even if the person on the floor said, "Go ahead." They walked around. They took the long way. It wasn't about manners. It was about safety. You didn't want to be the reason someone stopped growing. And if you did step over someone, even by mistake, you fixed it right away. In some families, if a person refused to step back, the mother or grandmother would take a switch to the floor and sweep the space where the child had been stepped over. 3 times, in a line. The idea was that the sweep might undo what had been done. Not as good as stepping back, but better than nothing. It was a last resort, a patch. Children who were small for their age sometimes got teased. "Did someone step over you?" people would say. It wasn't kind, but it showed how deep the belief ran. If a child was unusually short, if they didn't grow as expected, the community asked questions. Had someone stepped over them? Had it been undone? Was the child cursed, even if no one meant harm? The belief carried into schools. A child lying on the grass during recess might warn others not to step over them. Go around, they'd say. Teachers didn't always understand why, but the children did. The rule moved on its own from one to the next, passed not through books, but through play. In households with more than one child, the warning was repeated often. Older siblings were told to be careful. Little ones spent a lot of time on the ground, crawling, sitting, resting, and they didn't always speak up. So the older ones were told to watch their feet, not to straddle, not to rush. If they forgot and stepped over, they had to step back, even if it meant dropping what they were doing, even if it made no sense in the moment. People didn't ask where the belief came from. It had no author, no beginning. It was just there, like a wall or a rule of nature. You could ignore it, but that didn't make it false. Better to do the safe thing. Step back, undo the harm, let the child grow. And in the rare case when someone did grow tall after being stepped over, people called it luck. Not proof that the rule was false, just proof that the child had strong bones, that maybe the step didn't land right, that maybe someone fixed it without realizing. But the belief stayed. Even now, some parents find themselves saying it without thinking. A toddler sits on the floor and the older child tries to step over. Don't do that, the parent says. You'll stop him from growing. Then they pause, wondering where they heard it, who said it to them, and why it still feels true. Because it does feel true, in the way old things do, in the way that makes the body tense when a rule is broken. Even if no one remembers why, even if science says nothing changes, people still step back, they still look down, they still protect the space where the body rests, because they were taught that something delicate happens there, something you don't disturb without care. A baby wasn't supposed to look at its own reflection. That was a rule in many homes, spoken softly but firmly. It wasn't a game or a superstition for laughs. People believed the risk was real. A baby who caught sight of itself in a mirror might grow up vain, or worse, cursed. The danger started early. Some said it began the moment a child opened its eyes to the world, that before a name was given, before a blessing was spoken, the soul sat loose in the body. Not weak, just unformed. A mirror, with its silent copy of the world, could twist that soul. If the baby looked too long at the reflection, it might mistake the image for something true, or something tempting, and the damage would be done before anyone noticed. People didn't let babies near mirrors. If a home had one, it was covered or turned around, not just during sleep, but during waking hours too. If the child was held near a mirror while being carried, someone might turn the baby's face away. If a visitor held up a hand mirror to make the baby laugh, a parent would step in. Don't, they'd say, flat. Don't show the baby that. The fear wasn't always the same. In some places, the belief centered on vanity. A baby who grew up seeing its own face too often would grow to love it too much. Not self-love in the way people speak of now, but pride, dangerous pride. The kind that separates a child from others, the kind that makes them cold. A child who stared at their own face, they said, might become someone who listened only to themselves. But other places told it differently. They said the mirror didn't just feed the ego, it trapped part of the child. That the reflection, though silent, had a pull. If the baby smiled, the smile stayed in the glass. If the baby cried, the sadness hung there. The more often the child looked, the more it gave away. A piece here, a bit there, until the baby grew without all its parts, not in body, but in soul. There's a story from a small town. A mother, proud of her newborn daughter, kept her in a bassinet near the dressing table. Each morning, the sunlight hit the mirror just right, and the baby would giggle at the shapes and flashes. The mother thought it was sweet, but as the girl grew, she began to stare at her own reflection for long periods. Not in play, but in silence. She spoke less, she smiled less. By age 5, she had no interest in other children. She stayed near mirrors, quiet. Her mother finally covered them all, but by then, the girl would sit and stare at window panes and puddles, anywhere she could see herself. The neighbors called her touched. Some said she'd seen something in the mirror she shouldn't have. Others said she left part of herself behind. The belief wasn't always so grim. Some families just saw it as bad luck. A baby looking into a mirror before a certain age, 7 days, 7 weeks, 7 months, depending on the place, might grow up with a hard life, a life full of missteps. As if, by seeing its own face too soon, the child had skipped something, missed a step, walked into the world out of order. It wasn't only mirrors that raised concern. Any surface that gave back an image, water, polished glass, even a clean pot, could carry the same warning. Babies were not to look. If they did, someone had to act. Some households passed the child under the bed to undo the effect. Others touched the child's forehead with salt. Not much, just enough to draw out what had been taken in. A few believed the mirror wasn't dangerous by itself. It was dangerous at certain times: dawn, dusk, right after a bath. Times when the child was between states, between waking and sleeping, clean and dirty, calm and crying. These were soft moments, open moments. And the mirror took advantage of that. A baby might look and see not itself, but something else. Something behind the eyes, something waiting. Older women, midwives, grandmothers, watched for this. They kept mirrors away. They corrected younger mothers who didn't know better. "Cover that glass," they'd say when they saw a mirror in a nursery. "That baby doesn't need to see itself yet." The warning carried weight. You didn't argue with it, not because you believed every word, but because you didn't want to test it. Some families tied red thread around a crib to keep mirrors from drawing the baby's gaze. Others placed a small object, like a spoon or thimble, under the mattress. Not to hide it, but to weigh the baby down a little, to keep the soul settled. These weren't rituals, they were habits, done quietly, like locking a door at night. It was said that once a child reached a certain age, some said 1 year, others said after the first words, the risk passed. The soul was more secure then. The child had begun to take shape in a way the mirror couldn't change. After that, they could see their reflection without harm. But even then, some parents stayed cautious. They didn't let children play too long in front of mirrors. They discouraged staring. "Say what you need to say, then turn away," one grandmother used to tell her granddaughter. The mirror isn't your friend. It only listens. There were rare cases where people believed a child cursed by their own reflection could be cured. But it took effort. A mirror had to be broken in silence. Then each shard buried in different soil, north, south, east, and west. Or the child had to be shown their reflection in a bowl of water. Then the water poured out at a crossroads. Not many followed these steps. Not because they were too hard, but because if the child had already changed, it was usually too late. Most people simply avoided the risk. They kept the glass out of reach. They wiped smudges but didn't polish to a shine. They made sure that in the early months, when the child was new, still deciding who to become, there was no mirror in the room. Just soft fabric, wood, breath, and names spoken with care. Because a baby doesn't know what a mirror is. It doesn't understand the shape it sees, but the shape might understand the baby. And that's what people feared. Not a monster, not a ghost, just a silent copy, looking back, waiting for something to begin, or something to break. And once the child looked, there was no way to unsee. That's why the warning stayed. Spoken or unspoken. Practiced quietly, passed down, held close. Dreaming of teeth falling out meant death, especially if it was your own teeth. Dreams meant more when people didn't have answers. They were a kind of message, a warning, or a way for something hidden to speak. Not all dreams mattered. Some were just noise, but certain ones stuck. One of the oldest and most feared was the dream of losing your teeth. The dream didn't need to be violent. The teeth didn't have to be knocked out or broken. Most times, they just loosened. One by one, they wobbled in the gums, then dropped into the hand. Or they slid out while talking. Sometimes they came out while chewing food. Other times, they simply fell, like something inside the body had given up. The mouth would fill with them. The hands would try to hold them. And always, the dreamer would wake up in a kind of panic. Not full terror, but a slow dread that settled in the stomach and stayed there all day. People believed this dream meant death was near. Not necessarily yours, though it could be. It might be someone close to you, someone in your family, a friend. Sometimes the dream didn't make that clear. Sometimes the only way to know was to wait. If you dreamed of your own teeth falling out, that was worse. That meant the death would reach you directly. Not a distant cousin or someone you'd only met once. Not someone you hadn't seen in years. It would be someone you saw often, someone who touched your life in a real way. Or it would be you. That was always the fear. The mouth mattered. It was tied to the self. You used it to eat, to speak, to show pain or joy. When your teeth fell out in a dream, it was like part of your strength had left you. People said it meant the body was preparing for a loss, that something in you already knew what was coming. The dream wasn't the cause. It was the symptom, the warning, like a cold wind before the storm. There were rules about what to do after dreaming it. Some people told no one. They kept the dream quiet, thinking that speaking it out loud gave it more power. Others told a trusted person and asked them to pray. Some spit on the ground the moment they woke up. Some lit a candle. Others said the name of the person they feared might die and watched the flame. If it flickered, that was a bad sign. If it held steady, they took comfort. Not certainty, just comfort. You didn't tell someone they were in your tooth dream. That was a line people didn't cross. It was considered cruel, even if you meant it as a warning. If you really believed they were in danger, you acted in silence. You brought them food. You helped with small tasks. You stayed close. But you didn't say, "I dreamed your teeth were in my hand." That kind of thing stuck to people. It hung in the air. There were stories about it, of course. A woman dreams that her bottom row of teeth falls out all at once. She wakes up shaken, drinks water, says nothing. 2 days later, her brother drowns. Another dreamer sees their teeth crumble like chalk while they talk to someone at the market. They wake up sweating. That week, a neighbor's house catches fire with them inside. Not every dream led to something, but enough of them did that people paid attention. Enough that if someone came into a room looking pale and said, "I had the teeth dream," the others would go quiet. They wouldn't ask for details. They'd just nod. They understood. Some people tried to block it. They put iron under their pillow or left salt by the bed. Others avoided meat after sunset. Not because meat caused dreams, but because sleeping too heavy made it harder to shake a bad dream off. One woman kept a stone under her tongue until she fell asleep, thinking it would weigh her thoughts down and keep her teeth in place. There were other details that changed the meaning slightly. If the teeth were white and clean, the death would be quick and peaceful. If the teeth were yellowed, cracked, or came out with blood, it would be harder. If you felt no pain, that meant the death was already decided. If you woke with your mouth aching, that meant you still had time to change something, though no one ever said what or how. Sometimes the dream didn't happen to the person most affected. A girl dreams of her grandfather's teeth falling out. She doesn't think much of it until a week later when he falls sick and doesn't get better. Or a man dreams of pulling teeth from the mouth of a stranger. Days later, he receives a letter. Someone from his past has died. He hadn't thought of them in years, but the dream remembered. There were ways to test the dream. One was to tell it backward. Say the events in reverse before sunrise while standing at the edge of water. That was supposed to unweave the thread. Some said chewing parsley in the morning could stop the dream from taking hold. Others used eggs, cracked into a glass of water and left by the bed. If the egg white formed a shape, that was a sign. If it stayed clear, you were safe. In some places, people linked the dream to guilt. They said your teeth fell out because you'd said something you shouldn't, that the dream was punishment for words that caused harm. In those cases, the death came not from outside, but from within, from damage already done. A curse of the tongue, paid for with the mouth. Even now, people remember the dream. You hear someone say, "I had that dream again," and no one asks which one. They already know. A man says, "Teeth, top row," and the room goes quiet. A woman wakes up and touches her mouth first thing, not to check for pain, but to make sure everything's still there. You might not believe in signs, but the body believes its own patterns. And when a dream returns again and again, always the same, always with the teeth falling out one by one, it doesn't feel like imagination. It feels like a knock. Quiet, steady, waiting for someone to answer. Wearing Rowan wood protected against witches, especially on your clothing or around the home. Rowan was called many names: witchwood, quickbeam, the tree of life. It grew in places where other trees struggled: rocky hillsides, cold ground, thin soil. Its berries were red, its leaves sharp. The wood itself was pale but strong. People didn't grow rowan for lumber. They grew it for protection. Witches were part of the world back then, whether you believed in them or not. People blamed them for things that didn't make sense. Milk that soured, children who woke up crying, sheep that wandered off cliffs. It didn't matter if there was proof. If things went wrong and no one could explain it, people looked for a cause. And often, they found it in someone who walked alone, spoke little, or kept dried herbs in their pockets. But not every witch was easy to see. Some moved quietly. Some smiled too much. Some were part of your family. That's why protection mattered. You couldn't fight what you couldn't see, and you couldn't argue with what didn't use words. So you wore rowan. You tied a small piece to your belt, you stitched it into your coat, tucked it into the hem of a dress, or slipped it into the lining of a baby's blanket. It wasn't about weight. A sliver of wood the size of a matchstick was enough. It wasn't the shape or the size. It was the tree it came from. Rowan was believed to hold power over witchcraft, not because of anything it did, but because of what it refused to do. Witches couldn't pass it, couldn't step near it, couldn't speak a spell if they stood under its branches. That's what people said. So they planted it near doors, near gates, at the edge of fields, not for shade, not for fruit, for a boundary. Some believed the rowan worked better if it came from a tree grown near a graveyard. Others said the best rowan came from trees that grew wild, untouched. But all agreed on one thing. You had to take the wood yourself. You couldn't buy it. You couldn't borrow it. You went to the tree, you asked permission, and you cut only what you needed. Never more. Never at night. The best protection was a rowan cross. 2 short sticks tied together with red thread. Not nailed, not glued. Tied. The red thread mattered as much as the wood. It was a sign of life, of blood, of protection. People hung them over beds, nailed them above windows, carried them in pockets when walking near places that didn't feel right. Bogs, ruins, crossroads. If someone gave you a rowan charm, you treated it with care. You didn't drop it. You didn't leave it behind. And if it broke, you burned the pieces. You didn't throw them away. The wood had already done its work. Letting it rot in the corner was asking for trouble to come back. Rowan wasn't used for everyday things. You didn't build tables or fences with it. It wasn't shaped into toys or tools. It stayed special because it was rare in use, reserved. You only used rowan when something needed to be kept out, or when something had already gotten in and needed to be driven away. It was often the first thing placed in a newborn's cradle, not because people feared witches more than anything else, but because they didn't want to take chances. A child couldn't speak, couldn't protect itself. So a small piece of rowan went beneath the mattress or was sewn into the blanket, quiet, hidden, working while the child slept. There were stories. A family hears knocking at the door every night, just after the fire dies down. No one's ever there. The next night, the knocking comes earlier. The dog won't leave the hearth. Finally, the grandmother ties rowan twigs to the doorframe. The knocking stops. That's all. No shouting, no explanation, just silence. Or a man falls sick. No fever, no wound, just a heaviness that keeps him in bed. Someone remembers he took off his coat in the woods, left it behind when the rain started. That coat had a rowan charm sewn into the pocket. They find it days later, soaked and torn. They burn it. They give him a new charm. By the next morning, he's sitting up again. Not everyone believed in the power, but even those who didn't still kept a bit of rowan in the house. Just in case. Like keeping a lock on a door. You might trust the world, but you still turn the key. People who worked with livestock used it too. They'd tie it around the necks of young calves or weave it into the manes of horses. A witch could curse a cow's milk, make it dry up, or turn it sour. They could cause a horse to shy at nothing, bolt through fences, refuse to move. But with rowan in place, those tricks didn't land. The animal stayed calm. The milk flowed. Sometimes rowan was burned in a sick room, not as medicine, but as warning, to push out what didn't belong. The smell was sharp, clean. It didn't cover sickness. It cleared space. It let the body heal without interference. There were rules about gathering it, never on a Sunday, never on the full moon, always with a clean blade. If you took it at the wrong time, the wood might lose its strength, or worse, it might bring in the very thing you meant to keep out. Even now, the tree holds meaning. Some people still plant it near houses, even if they say it's just for the berries. Some carry a Rowan charm in a drawer, a glove box, a wallet, not because they expect to meet a witch, but because some part of them remembers a time when people did and found the tree that stood between safety and harm. Rowan doesn't shout, it doesn't shine, but it holds, and that's what made it matter. Sneezing 3 times in a row was dangerous. It was believed to invite illness or attract spirits. People used to pay close attention to sneezes, not because of germs. No one talked about viruses or allergies. They watched sneezes for what they meant. 1 sneeze might be nothing, 2 might mean a cold was coming, but 3? That was a sign. You sneezed 3 times in a row, and someone in the room would stop what they were doing. They might cross themselves, or whisper a word under their breath, or just stare at you with a look that said, "Be careful now." The rule was simple. 3 sneezes in a row meant trouble. Something was entering the body, or trying to. Some said it was illness, something hidden in the air. Others said it was a spirit, not a ghost exactly, but a watcher, a presence. The 3rd sneeze cracked a door between your world and something else. You might not feel it right away, but later in the dark, you'd sense it. Something out of place. A chill where there shouldn't be. A face in a dream that didn't belong. The 1st sneeze cleared dust. That was all. The 2nd made people look up. But the 3rd, there was something about it that made them shift in their chairs, like hearing a knock that hadn't come from the door. It wasn't loud. It wasn't strong. But it meant something had taken notice. In some places, they said the soul left the body for just a blink during a sneeze. Most of the time, it came back without trouble. But 3 sneezes meant the soul was having a hard time finding its way back. It hovered, confused. That's why people said, "Bless you," even if they didn't believe in blessings. It was a reflex, a way to mark the moment, to close the space, to guide the soul home. If no one spoke after the 3rd sneeze, that was worse. Silence left the door open. People said spirits liked to slip in when no one was paying attention. They'd hide in your shadow, ride in your breath, wait until your guard was down. You'd forget your words. You'd trip on a flat path. You'd look in the mirror and feel a second too slow, like someone else had blinked instead of you. Children learned the rule early. A sneeze was nothing to play with. If one of them sneezed 3 times, an adult would put a hand on their head. Not hard, just a touch. Just enough to say, "I see you. You're still here." If the child sneezed again, even a 4th time, someone might burn a match or open a window. Let the bad out. Let the wind carry it. Some said the 3rd sneeze made you vulnerable for the rest of the day, that anything whispered about you, good or bad, could stick. If someone cursed your name after your 3rd sneeze, it might land harder. If they praised you, it might lift you too high, too fast. Either way, the sneeze opened something, and it didn't close right away. That's why people stayed quiet after. Not rude, just careful. You didn't want your words getting caught in the wrong draft. There were stories, always. A woman sneezed 3 times before a wedding and lost her voice the morning of the vows. A child sneezed 3 times and dreamed for a week of the same tree burning, even though no fire ever touched it. A man sneezed 3 times and then forgot his own brother's name for half a day. When the name came back, it sounded wrong in his mouth. You didn't sneeze 3 times and move on. You noticed it. You marked it. Travelers carried cloves or dry herbs tucked into bags or coat linings. If they sneezed once, they chewed the herb. If they sneezed twice, they held it under their tongue. If they sneezed a 3rd time, they spit it into the fire or the road, depending on where they were. That was the way to stop anything from following. Leave a piece behind, something to distract whatever had taken notice. Some people believed spirits moved in patterns, that they circled until something broke the rhythm. 3 sneezes, quick and sharp, made the rhythm change. Spirits turned toward the sound, like animals hearing a twig snap. Not all of them meant harm, but none of them were supposed to be near. There were charms made for this, small tokens you carried in your pocket, wood, bone, iron. You rubbed it between your fingers after the 3rd sneeze. You didn't need to say anything. Just the touch was enough. It reminded the body where it was, kept the edges firm, kept the center steady. Some said the 3rd sneeze only mattered at certain times, midnight, dusk, the start of a new moon. Others said it always mattered, that it didn't care what time it was. that you had to treat each one like a visitor, polite, quick, and never asked to stay. In households that followed the old ways, there were rules. Don't cut thread after a third sneeze. Don't start a letter. Don't leave the house without touching the front door twice. These things closed the loop, made sure nothing stayed open longer than it had to. If someone sneezed 3 times and you didn't say anything, and later they became ill, you'd hear about it. He sneezed 3 times before he collapsed, someone would say. No one said a word. It wasn't blame exactly, but it stuck. People remembered who said the blessing and who didn't, who noticed and who looked away. Even now, the habit remains. Someone sneezes 3 times on the train or in a quiet room, and people glance over. Someone mutters, "That's 3," and the silence that follows has weight. You might laugh, shift in your seat, say it's just dust. But part of you listens. Part of you still waits for someone to speak the old words, just in case, just to be safe. Owning a toadstone could detect poison. These were fossilized fish teeth, passed off as magical gems. Before people knew much about fossils, they still found them. Small, flat stones with strange shapes pressed into them. Some looked like tiny claws, some like seeds, and some, smooth, dark, curved like a thumbnail, looked like something that belonged in a body. People didn't know they came from fish that had died millions of years ago. They thought they came from toads. More than that, they believed toads grew these stones inside their heads, like hidden teeth or buried eyes. And if you could get one, if you could wear it, it could save your life. They called them toadstones. The story went that a toad carried this gem in its skull, near the brain. It wasn't born with it. The stone formed over time, growing stronger as the toad aged. Only the oldest ones had it. And you couldn't kill the toad to get it. That ruined the power. You had to wait for the toad to sleep, then place it on a piece of red cloth. The color mattered. Once it was resting, you brought out a knife, not to cut, but to draw a circle around it. Some said you had to say a few words, something quiet but firm. Then, when the toad breathed slow and deep, the stone would fall from its head on its own, drop to the cloth, and you could take it. If you tried to force it, nothing happened. Of course, that's not how fossilized fish teeth work, but people believed it, and belief can make a thing powerful, even when the story's wrong. Once you had the stone, you wore it. In a ring, a pendant, or sewn into the lining of your coat. The shape was easy to fit into jewelry, flat on one side, gently rounded on the other, like a shallow spoon, usually dark gray or brown, sometimes greenish. People didn't care about the color. They cared about what it could do. The main use was poison detection. If you wore the stone and someone gave you poisoned food or drink, the stone would react. Not by glowing or humming. That's what later stories added. The older version said the stone would warm against your skin, or grow cold, or press harder into your hand, as if it was warning you. In some cases, the ring holding it would shake, or the metal would darken. That was the signal to stop eating. It didn't stop the poison. It didn't fix what was already swallowed. It just told you it was there. That was enough. People in power kept them close. Kings, dukes, judges, anyone who had enemies. In some courts, a taster would wear the stone, not the noble. The taster would take the first sip, feel for any change in the ring, and nod if it was safe. If he paused, everyone paused. If he coughed, no one else touched the plate. They weren't cheap. You couldn't find them lying around. Traders sold them in small boxes lined with straw, each stone wrapped in cloth, tagged with a name and origin. Pulled from a Somerset toad, found in the hand of a buried monk, worn by a knight who never fell. The stories were part of the sale. Buyers asked for proof, not scientific, but spiritual. Had the stone saved a life before? Did it carry history? Not everyone believed in the toad part. Some thought the stones came from underground, from places where bones didn't rot right. Some thought they fell from the sky during storms, but the function stayed the same. Poison couldn't hide from a toadstone. People passed them down. A father gave one to his daughter before a wedding. A widow pinned one to her son's shirt when he left for war. Sometimes they were buried with the body. Other times, they were pulled off the dead and kept by those who knew what they were worth. You didn't leave a toadstone in the ground. It wasn't just jewelry, it was protection. There were rules for how to use it. You couldn't wear it too tight. That dulled the signal. It had to sit loose, close to the pulse. If the stone cracked even a little, it lost its power. If it was stolen, it turned on the thief. That's what people said. A stolen toadstone didn't warn. It stayed quiet. Some said it even welcomed the poison, let it pass through without protest, just to punish the one who took it. In one story, a servant found a toadstone ring in her mistress's drawer and wore it to the market. On the way, she was offered a drink by a man she didn't know. The stone did nothing. She drank. She fell sick for weeks. When she recovered, she returned the ring, and the woman said nothing, just nodded like she knew. Some people tried to fake them, carved bits of bone, shaped glass, bits of shell painted dark. Real ones could be tested, held over a candle, brushed with vinegar, placed near sleeping animals. If the stone didn't respond, it wasn't real. If it cracked or bubbled, it wasn't worth the price. There were other uses too. Some thought the stone could ease childbirth if held in the mouth. Others said it cured fever when steeped in water. But poison detection was always the main one. That was the reason people carried them. Not because they expected danger, but because danger often came from the people you sat next to, drank with, trusted. A toadstone didn't make you safe. It made you alert. It gave you the smallest warning, just enough time to push the cup away, to spit the bite out, to live another day. And in a world where trust could kill you, that was worth more than gold. Even after people learned what the stones really were, fossilized teeth from ancient fish, the name stuck. Toadstones. Because no one trusted a fish to save their life. But a toad, a creature tied to the dark, the wet, the wild, that felt right. That felt closer to magic. Closer to truth, even if the facts said otherwise. Some people still keep them. Not because they expect poison, but because the old stories still feel useful. Because there's comfort in the idea that the earth once made something so small, so solid, that could tell truth from harm. And maybe still does. Burying a lock of hair could curse someone. Hair and nail clippings had serious magical potential. Long before people carried photos or used passwords, the most personal things they had were their own pieces: hair, nails, blood, skin. These weren't just parts of the body. They were the body. Small, yes, but powerful. And once they left you, they didn't stop carrying your name. If someone got a piece of your hair, they didn't just have a strand. They had access. And if they buried it the right way, with the right intent, they could send harm in your direction. Hair was the most used. It lasted. It held shape. It didn't rot quickly like food or paper. You could tuck it in cloth, seal it in wax, hide it inside a tree. And once it was hidden, it started to work, if you believed in such things. Or even if you didn't. A buried lock of hair could bring sickness, bad dreams, a deep confusion. It could make a man forget his wife's name. It could make a child refuse to speak. The closer the hair was to the head, the stronger the curse. Cut from the root, that was best. Pulled, even better. Still warm, still carrying the sweat and skin oils. That meant the link was fresh. This kind of working didn't need fire. It didn't need blood, just intent. You could place the hair under the floorboards of a house, bury it in a graveyard, drop it at a crossroads and whisper a name. If you spoke the words right and walked away without looking back, that was enough. And you didn't tell anyone. The curse was stronger if it stayed secret. People guarded their hair for that reason. When they cut it, they burned it, or buried it themselves, with care and clean hands. Not all hair needed to be cursed. Sometimes it was just bad luck for the wrong person to find it. Say a jealous neighbor swept up a few strands from your doorstep. That might be enough. If they knew the old ways, if they had a quiet grudge, they could use it. You wouldn't even know it had happened. You'd just feel the shift. Something in the chest, a heaviness behind the eyes. Not pain exactly, just a sense that the world was tilting against you. Nails worked the same way, but they were harder to collect. People were more careful with them. You could catch a strand of hair on a comb or pillow, but nail clippings had to be taken. Stolen from the floor after trimming, pulled from under a bed, mixed with dirt and spit, and buried in a place where dogs wouldn't dig. In some places, a single nail clipping, properly cursed, could keep someone from ever resting. They'd sleep, but they'd toss. Dream, but never deep. Wake up feeling like something had been pulled out of them and never given back. There were signs to look for. If someone began to change without cause, grew pale, lost weight, talked to no one, people asked if a lock of hair had gone missing. if a comb had been borrowed and returned too quickly, if someone had asked too many questions about what brush you used or where you trimmed your beard. Not out of politeness, out of intent. Because once they had that hair, they didn't need to touch you again. Some used it for love too. That's what made it confusing. A lock of hair wrapped in ribbon might be a charm, not a curse. Bury it with rose petals under moonlight, and it could make someone dream of you, think of you, reach for your name when waking. But even that could turn. If the love went wrong, if the person who buried the hair felt ignored or abandoned, they could dig it up, change the words, rebury it with salt and ash. What was once desire became control, or punishment. In some towns, people told stories of walking past a certain tree and hearing whispers. That meant something was buried beneath it. Not bones, something older, quieter, a curse sealed in dirt. You weren't supposed to dig it up. You weren't supposed to touch the bark. You crossed yourself, held your breath, and kept walking. And if the wind blew your hair forward, you tucked it into your collar. You didn't let it fall. You didn't leave any part of yourself behind. Hair from the dead was even more dangerous. That kind was never thrown away. If a loved one passed, their hair was either buried with them or kept in a locket. Never both. You didn't risk having it lie loose, forgotten in a drawer. That invited the wrong kind of attention. If someone buried hair from the dead with the name of the living, they could pull the living toward death. Slowly, steadily, like a rope sinking into water. There were protections, iron over the door, salt around the bed, burn your own hair after trimming and scatter the ashes. Don't let anyone brush your hair while you sleep. If you suspected something had been done, you could try to reverse it by unearthing the curse and burning it, but only if you knew where it was buried. If you didn't, you had to break the link another way, cut all your hair, file down every nail, burn every comb, and start fresh. Not easy, not cheap, but sometimes the only way. Old healers knew these things. They'd keep bundles of hair tied with red thread, not to harm, but to recognize. Hair from the sick, hair from the troubled. They'd study it, smell it, hold it to the light. Hair that curled too tight meant sorrow. Hair that grew too fast meant unrest. You could learn a lot from a single strand. Even now, people hesitate. A friend finds your hair on their coat and plucks it off with 2 fingers like it's more than lint. A stranger offers to cut your hair, and you pause before saying yes. Not because you believe in curses, but because part of you remembers the stories. Part of you knows that even if a strand of hair is small, it's still part of you, still connected. And some connections are easier to make than they are to break. Never trim nails on a Friday. It would bring bad fortune, or even cause a death in the family. For a long time, people treated certain days of the week with care. Not every day was the same. Some were good for beginnings, planting, traveling, asking for a favor. Some were better for ending things, clearing debts, burning old clothes, closing up the shed. And then there were the days you just left alone. You kept things simple, moved slowly, and avoided doing anything that might shift the balance. Friday was one of those days, especially when it came to the body, especially when it came to trimming your nails. People said cutting your nails on a Friday brought bad luck. Not small bad luck, missing a coin or stumbling on a stone, but something heavier, something that stayed in the house. Some believed it caused sickness. Others said it brought news of a death or even caused one. Not right away, but within days or weeks, someone close to you would fall ill or go missing or pass quietly in their sleep. You'd remember the sound of the clippers, the way the pieces of nail bounced off the sink, and you'd know you shouldn't have done it. The rule was simple. Don't trim nails on Friday. If they were long, wait a day. If they hurt, file them. If they split, wrap them. But don't cut. Not even just a little, not even if no one else was home, because the day mattered more than the reason. The belief wasn't tied to one country. Versions of it showed up across Europe, in parts of the Middle East, and even in scattered rural communities in Asia. It crossed religions and languages. Friday for many carried weight. In Christianity, it was the day of the crucifixion, a day for sorrow, not vanity. In Islam, it was a sacred day, a day for prayer and reflection, not cutting or shedding. Even outside of religion, the end of the week had a kind of finality to it. You didn't want to disturb it. People believed that nails carried part of your essence, not the way blood does, but something quieter. Your health showed in your nails, your habits, your age, your worries. You could look at someone's hands and know if they were anxious or cold too often or working through pain. To cut the nails meant to cut something personal, something the body had grown carefully. Doing that on a Friday, when spirits were more alert, when the air felt closer to the edge, risked drawing attention you didn't want. Children were told early. A grandmother would slap a hand away from the scissors and say, "Not today." If the child asked why, the answer came without hesitation. "It's Friday." That was enough. You didn't need an explanation. You learned to wait. Even as you grew older, the rule stuck. You didn't break it, even if you no longer believed in the reason. The habit had its own power. If someone did forget, there were ways to lessen the damage. Burn the clippings before the sun went down. Say a short prayer while doing it. Don't leave them in the trash. Never flush them. And whatever you do, don't let them touch the ground. Once the nail touched earth, the connection to bad luck became permanent. That's what people said. And when people said things like that with enough certainty, you didn't argue. You just followed the steps. Some took it further. Not only did they avoid cutting nails on Friday, they also avoided cutting hair, shaving, or even washing their hair too thoroughly. The idea was that the body should be left whole and undisturbed on certain days. That each action, each trimming, each lathering risked disturbing the body's balance. You might not feel it right away, but you'd feel it eventually, in the form of loss, or grief, or a silence that stretched too long. There were stories to go with the rule. A woman cuts her nails on Friday afternoon, right before sunset. The next morning, she receives a letter. Her cousin's been killed in an accident. Another tale, older, tells of a boy who clipped a fingernail on a Friday and later that week fell from a tree and broke both arms. People said the tree had nothing to do with it. It was the nail. The act opened the door and something came through. Even if these stories changed with each telling, the warning stayed the same. Leave your nails alone on Friday. There was also a belief that when you cut your nails, the pieces carried traces of you, enough for someone to use. If someone took a nail clipping, they could work a spell. Tie your spirit in knots, steal your luck, make your joints ache. Doing this on a Friday made the spell stronger. That's why some people gathered the clippings carefully, burned them, buried them in salt, pressed them into the fire with the end of a knife, not for fear of theft, but to make sure no piece of themselves could be used against them. In small villages, people knew who followed the rule and who didn't. It wasn't a matter of judgment, just a quiet kind of watching. A neighbor might say, "He cut his nails Friday before market." If something bad happened later, a sick cow, a missed harvest, nobody pointed fingers, but they remembered. They kept the details. Some said there were safer times on Friday, before sunrise, for example, or after midnight once Saturday technically began. But most didn't test those boundaries. The rule was too old, too settled. It didn't matter if you were traveling or if the nails were torn or bleeding. You waited, you made do. You filed them smooth and waited for Saturday morning. That's when people did their grooming. They bathed, cut nails, combed out tangles. The air felt lighter. The world didn't mind being touched. You might still hear it now. An older voice warning, not harshly, just plainly, "Don't cut those today. It's Friday." You can laugh, you can say you're not superstitious, but most people still hesitate. They look at the clock, they look at the wastebasket, and they put the clippers away. Not because they believe, because something in the body remembers. Because some habits aren't based on fear. They're based on respect for the unknown. Toads were familiars and carriers of witchcraft. Accidentally killing one could bring years of bad luck. People didn't always see animals as just animals. A bird could be a sign. A dog that wouldn't stop barking at night could mean something was coming. And a toad, especially a large, slow-moving one, could be more than it seemed. To many, a toad wasn't just part of the natural world. It was a servant of someone else, a tool, a companion, a familiar. They showed up near the edges of things, damp gardens, barn floors, under doorsteps. They came out after rain and sat still like they were waiting for something. People noticed, especially in places where talk of witchcraft moved quietly between neighbors, and no one trusted a change in weather without asking why. Toads were tied to witches not because they looked strange, though that helped, but because they followed rules that people didn't understand. They didn't chase mice or dig holes like other creatures. They didn't run when you came near. They blinked slowly. They watched. You could step toward one and it wouldn't move. And when it did jump, it did so without fear, like it didn't care whether you followed or not. People said witches kept toads as helpers, not pets. They weren't kept in cages or taught tricks. A familiar wasn't trained. It was chosen. Some believed the toad came on its own. It found the witch and stayed close, hiding under floorboards or in the root cellar, showing up only when called. Others said a witch raised it from a tadpole, whispering to it from the edge of a stream, feeding it blood and herbs until it recognized her voice. Toads were used in spells. That part was known. Their bones, their skin, even their breath, these were ingredients for people who worked with unseen forces. If someone got sick in a way doctors couldn't explain, you might hear whispers about toad powder or boiled toad water slipped into food. If milk soured too fast or butter wouldn't churn, people looked around for signs. A toad near the door, a toad under the cow's feeding trough. That was enough for suspicion. No one wanted to kill one, not even by mistake. If you ran it over with a cart or crushed it under your boot, people said that was bad luck. Years of it. The kind that doesn't hit you all at once but follows you slow. One thing after another. Roof leaks, broken tools, sick animals, a fever that never fully leaves. You could try to undo it, burn sage, bury the toad with coins, say a prayer while holding a piece of iron, but most said the curse was in the act. The death itself carried the weight. The worst was if the toad had a mark, a small scar, a strange bump, an eye that didn't match the other. That meant it had been claimed, that it belonged to someone. Killing it didn't just invite bad luck, it brought a feud, not always spoken, not always obvious, but you'd feel it. Things would go missing, you'd hear knocks with no visitor, the bread would burn even when the fire was low. You wouldn't be able to prove anything, and no one would admit to seeing anything, but the feeling would grow. Heavy, like damp clothes that never dry. There were ways to tell if a toad was a familiar, if it stayed in the same place for more than 3 days, if it watched people instead of hiding, if it appeared after you spoke someone's name. People would test them. Throw salt, draw circles with ash, speak charms under their breath. If the toad didn't flinch, that was a sign. If it croaked while you were speaking, that meant it heard you, understood you, maybe even answered you. Children were told not to touch them. Not because of warts, that part came later, but because of what they might carry. Some toads were said to hold curses in their skin. If you picked one up and got scratched, the mark might stay for weeks. If it bled on you, the cut wouldn't close. If it urinated on your hand, your crops might fail. These weren't exaggerations. They were told as fact, passed down from one mouth to the next, without needing proof. But there were people who treated toads with respect, not out of fear, out of recognition. They left out bowls of water near the garden. They never stepped barefoot at night, not because of thorns or sharp stones, but because toads moved quietly in the dark. If one appeared near the door, they nodded toward it. Not a greeting, more like an agreement. I won't bother you, and you won't bother me. In some stories, toads were protectors. They warned witches of danger. They carried messages. They soaked up poison from the ground and held it without dying. That's why some were kept near bedsides. If a child was sick, a toad was placed nearby. Not to heal, but to draw out what couldn't be seen. If the toad died, that meant the sickness had passed into it. If it lived, that meant the child would get better. Slowly, steadily. There were legends about toads speaking too. Not with words, but with presence. One tale tells of a man who found a toad sitting on his threshold 3 mornings in a row. He threw it off the porch each time. On the 3rd day, it bit him. He died a year later of a wasting illness. People said he should have listened. The toad was warning him, not cursing him. Another story tells of a toad that appeared at a funeral, climbed the coffin, and sat there until the last shovelful of dirt was thrown. No one moved it. They left it there all night. Come morning, it was gone. That family didn't lose another member for 20 years. If a toad came into your house, you didn't kill it. You swept it gently toward the door. If it refused to leave, you let it stay. Some said it was keeping something worse out. Others said it had been sent as a test. If you treated it well, you'd be spared from harm. If not, well, harm had a way of finding people who thought they were above old rules. Even now, people pause when they see one. You might be walking a trail, and a toad hops out of the undergrowth. You stop, watch it pass, and keep going. You don't say anything, but something in you stays alert. You don't want to step on it. You don't want to see it crushed. Not because of pity, because somewhere in the back of your mind, you remember what people said. Killing a toad brings trouble, and trouble, once invited, rarely leaves quietly. A ringing in the ears meant someone was talking about you. Right ear equals good talk. Left ear was gossip. There was a time when people didn't take odd body sensations lightly. A twitch, a shiver, a sudden itch, these things meant something. They weren't just passing discomforts, they were signs. One of the most common was a ringing in the ears. Not loud, not painful, just a brief, high-pitched sound that came and went without warning. You'd stop what you were doing. You'd tilt your head, press your fingers to the side of your skull, and listen to the silence that followed. Then you'd say it out loud, or someone nearby would beat you to it. Someone's talking about you. They always meant someone out of sight, a person not in the room, someone far enough away that you couldn't hear them, but close enough in spirit to stir the air around you. It wasn't about sound, it was about connection. The belief was that people carried traces of each other, and when your name crossed someone's lips, your body noticed. Not your heart, not your thoughts, your ear, a ringing, a tingle, sometimes even a warmth. But the direction mattered. That's what people remembered best. If your right ear rang, the talk was good. Praise, affection, compliments, someone speaking well of you. If your left ear rang, it was the opposite. Gossip, insults, jealousy. Words meant to harm, or at least to judge. The rhyme made it easier to keep straight. Right for spite. In some places, but more often, right for love, left for lies. It was a simple test. If you felt the ring and didn't know which side, you'd wait for the next one. If it came back strong on the left, you frowned. You tried to think who might be saying something behind your back. If it struck the right, you relaxed a little. Maybe someone was telling a story that made you look good. Maybe they missed you. Either way, the ringing made you a topic, even if just for a moment. Children learned it early. A girl stops playing, puts her hand to her ear and says, "Someone's talking about me." The others repeat the rhyme. They laugh and guess who it could be. A teacher? A cousin? The boy who wouldn't speak to her yesterday? It wasn't about accuracy. It was about learning to listen to the body as if it were a part of the larger world. Adults took it more seriously. They didn't always say it out loud, but the thought came just the same. A farmer leaning over his tools might pause, feel the buzz, and think of a neighbor who always had too much to say. A woman folding laundry might hear the pitch in her right ear and picture her sister in another town, telling someone how strong she'd been these last few weeks. Even if the words weren't true, even if no one was talking at all, the idea took root. Sometimes people did tests. If your left ear rang, you'd bite your tongue. That was supposed to make the speaker slip up, stumble over their words, feel a jolt, lose their train of thought. Some bit the tip of their finger instead. Some said the name of the person they suspected. If the ringing stopped, that confirmed it. Others just spat on the ground, not to curse the speaker, but to interrupt the connection. A small way to say, "I heard you." People didn't always use it for judgment. Sometimes they used it for longing. A mother far from her child might feel her right ear ring and take it as comfort. "He's thinking of me," she'd say. "Someone's speaking my name with love." Or a widow might feel it at dusk in the quiet part of the day and think maybe her husband's old friends are telling stories. Not cruel ones, the kind that bring his name back into the world for a few minutes. The body becomes a kind of antenna in these beliefs, not mystical, just tuned in. And the ears especially are close to the brain, close to the eyes. What you hear shapes what you expect. If the world is quiet but your ear sings, you assume something's being said. You fill in the silence with story. There were always exceptions. Some people had constant ringing, a condition now known as tinnitus. But back then, there were other explanations, too many secrets held in. A curse that missed and struck the edge of the body, or a warning not to speak ill of others. One man with a buzzing left ear said it was his conscience, that every time he spoke with bitterness, it came back on him a day later, in the ear. he learned to stop. In some villages, they believed the dead caused the ringing, especially if it came late at night. A soul not fully at rest might speak your name, hoping you'd light a candle or visit their grave. That kind of ring had a colder edge, not painful, but thin and sharp, like wind slipping through stone. You didn't guess names then. You just sat for a while, said a short prayer, or whispered, "I hear you." That was enough. There were rules around who you could tell. If your left ear rang and you told the wrong person, it might make the gossip stronger. Spread it. Some said keep it to yourself. Others said tell someone close, someone who meant you no harm, and they could help protect you just by listening. That was the power of it. Words in one place, echoing in another. There were sayings to go with it. Words have legs, they'd say, and ears have wings. Or the tongue may wag far, but the ear always knows. These were ways of reminding people to be careful, not just in what they said, but in what they felt. Because once your name left someone's mouth, it carried a weight. And the body, one way or another, would carry it too. Even now, the habit sticks. You feel a ring in your ear and pause, just for a second. Maybe you smile, maybe you frown, maybe you say right side, that's good, and keep walking. You don't need to believe in the old way fully. You just need to remember that for centuries, people thought their ears could catch more than sound. They could catch attention, love, envy, lies. Not because they wanted to, because they were open, because they listened. Wearing iron drove off fairies. Iron was considered repellent to supernatural beings. There was a time when people feared the woods, not because of wolves or storms, but because of the things that lived just out of sight. They called them fairies, but not the kind from storybooks. These fairies didn't wear soft colors or bring gifts. They watched from the edge of the trees. They pulled children off paths. They slipped into homes when no one was looking. They could curse livestock or confuse a man until he forgot his own name. You didn't want their attention. And if they noticed you, iron was what kept them away. It wasn't just any metal. Silver was fine for charm. Gold meant nothing to them. But iron, they couldn't stand it. They recoiled from it. They wouldn't cross a fence made of it. They wouldn't touch a door with an iron hinge. They wouldn't step through a threshold if an iron nail was hidden beneath it. That's what people said. That's what they believed. And so they wore it. A small piece was enough. A nail on a string, a pin in the sleeve, a ring made from blacksmith scrap. The size didn't matter. What mattered was that the iron had touched fire, that it had been hammered into shape by human hands. Cold iron, they called it. Not because it felt cold to the touch, but because it had cooled after forging. Iron that had passed through heat and come out hard. Iron that belonged to the world of men. Mothers sewed iron into the hems of their children's clothes. Not sharp pieces, just small, smooth bits rounded at the edges. Sometimes they used broken buttons or chips from farm tools. A child with iron on them was safe from being taken. That's how they saw it. Fairies were known to steal babies and leave changelings behind, sickly, strange children that cried without sound or laughed at the wrong times. Iron kept that from happening. People placed iron above the cradle too, a blade if they had one, a key if they didn't, something simple, something metal. The point wasn't to hurt anything, it was to draw a line. The fairies could look, but they couldn't cross. And if they did cross, if something strange slipped into the room and touched the child, the iron would burn it. Travelers carried iron when passing through unfamiliar woods. A nail in the boot, a clasp on the cloak, even a worn horseshoe tied to the pack. Not for luck, though some believed it brought that too, but for safety. A man walking alone through moorland at dusk didn't trust luck. He trusted what his grandfather told him. Fairies didn't like iron, and that was reason enough to carry it. In some places, they went further. They lined their doorways with iron spikes, not pointed outward, but tucked along the frame, invisible unless you looked for them. Some hammered nails into trees near the property line, marking the ground as theirs. Others hid blades under the floorboards, not to be used, just to be there. The iron's presence did the work. Blacksmiths were respected because of this. They worked with fire and iron every day. People said fairies didn't come near them. A man who could bend iron into shape was protected by what he made. His workshop smelled like coal and oil, not moss and flowers. The fairies kept their distance. Some stories tell of people who forgot. A girl walked into the woods with ribbons in her hair, but no pin on her dress. A boy crossed a stream at dusk without his iron ring. They returned days later, not quite the same. Their eyes moved differently. Their voices didn't rise or fall like they used to. People said they'd been touched. Not harmed, not stolen, but touched. And it stayed with them. In some regions, people refused to accept gifts made of iron unless they knew the source. Not because the item might be cursed, but because fairies sometimes copied human things to trick the living. A perfect knife found in the woods might look real. It might even cut. But if it hadn't been forged in fire, if it hadn't been shaped by real hands, it didn't count. It might look like iron, but it wouldn't protect you. The idea wasn't limited to the countryside. In cities, even after belief in fairies faded, iron stayed in certain places. Old apartments had nails hidden behind doorframes, iron bars crossed behind fireplaces, bits of rusted chain in attics no one had cleaned out. People forgot why they were there. They just left them. And when something went wrong, a mirror falling for no reason, a child waking up screaming, they remembered. They left the iron where it was. If someone got sick and no remedy worked, some said the illness wasn't natural. They'd place iron under the bed or in the room. Sometimes it helped, sometimes it didn't, but it gave people something to do. It gave them a way to feel like they were fighting back. Against what, they couldn't say exactly. But iron was their answer. There were things you didn't do with iron. You didn't point it at someone unless you meant harm. You didn't throw it in running water. That spoiled both the water and the metal, and you didn't bury it in a churchyard. That mixed sacred ground with tools of defense. Some said it confused the dead. Others said it drew attention from things that didn't belong there. You could make your own charm. That was allowed. Take a nail from your shed, heat it, hammer it once or twice, cool it in snow or spit, wrap it in cloth, wear it near your heart or stitch it near the wrist. No spell, no prayer. The iron did the work. You didn't need to believe in it for it to function. But if you did believe, it worked better. Some people carried too much. A woman with iron bracelets, rings, brooches, and pins. A man with a belt buckle, heavy enough to bruise. People whispered about them, said maybe they'd seen something, or maybe they were trying too hard to keep something out. Either way, they kept their distance. Too much iron could make even humans uneasy. The fairies weren't always cruel. That's part of what made them dangerous. They could be kind, even generous. They could lead you to wild strawberries out of season or show you a path through the dark. But their kindness had a price, and their anger had weight. Iron didn't hurt them like fire or steel wounds a man. It turned them back. It reminded them they didn't belong here, and that was enough. Chickens crowing at night brought misfortune. Birds acting out of turn was a very bad sign. People used to pay close attention to animals, not out of affection, but out of need. Before clocks were common, before weather forecasts or streetlights, animals were part of how people told time and made sense of the world. Chickens in particular followed a rhythm. They scratched in the dirt during the day. They found a place to roost when the sun dropped. The rooster, always the loudest, crowed at dawn. That was how you knew morning was coming. If a rooster crowed at night, something was wrong. It wasn't the sound itself that scared people. It was the timing. A rooster crowing when it wasn't supposed to mean something was out of place. It broke the order of things, and when the natural order breaks, people assume something's coming, something bad. In villages and farms across Europe, Asia, and parts of Africa, people shared the belief a chicken that crowed in darkness was warning you. Not about foxes or hawks, about death, betrayal, or some other shift that couldn't be undone. The most common warning was death. Someone in the household would die soon, or someone close, maybe a neighbor or a family member far away. The crow was seen as a signal, not a cause, just a message from the world. You couldn't stop it. All you could do was prepare. Make sure the house was in order. Make sure your debts were settled. Some lit candles. Others sat up through the night waiting for more signs. It wasn't just roosters. Sometimes hens made strange noises, clucking or crying in the middle of the night. That meant something too. But the rooster's crow was the worst one, because it sounded like day in the middle of night, like time had split, like something was pretending to be what it wasn't. In those moments, even the bravest people grew quiet. They listened for footsteps. They checked on children. They looked out the window, not expecting to see anything, but looking anyway. In some places, a rooster crowing after midnight meant a visitor was coming, but not a good one. A man with bad news, a stranger who asked too many questions, or a relative you hadn't seen in years, arriving with a burden no one wanted to share. If the crow came close to dawn, some said the danger might pass. But if it came at midnight, that was the worst sign. That meant the visitor wasn't coming from the road. He was coming from somewhere else, somewhere you couldn't walk. There were ways to respond. If a rooster crowed at night, you didn't answer it. You didn't speak. You didn't joke about it. That only made things worse. Silence was safer. Some would get out of bed and cover all the mirrors. Others would pour a line of salt at the threshold or burn a sprig of rosemary near the hearth. These weren't meant to fix anything. They were meant to show respect, to say, we heard, we understand, we're ready. If the same rooster did it again the next night, people took action. Some killed the bird, not in anger, out of necessity. A rooster that crowed at night more than once was no longer trusted. Some said it was being used by something. Others said it had seen too much. You didn't eat the meat. You buried it far from the house, and you didn't speak its name again. Sometimes the crow didn't lead to anything clear. No one died. No visitor came. Still, people remembered. They waited. They moved through the next few days with more care. They watched what they said. They held back from making big decisions. Even if nothing happened, the air felt different, like the edge of something sharp just out of sight. In certain stories, the crow at night came before betrayal. A friend turning on you, a secret being spilled, a deal falling apart. It didn't matter if the rooster knew what it was doing. The sound broke the world's rhythm. Once that happened, trust slipped. The next time you looked at someone you loved, you might wonder what they weren't telling you. Older people felt it more. They'd been through enough to know that signs didn't always explain themselves. They just arrived. You might hear the crow and remember the time your uncle fell sick and never woke up, or the time the barn caught fire 2 nights later, or the time your cousin left and didn't come back. You'd think of those things, not because the rooster caused them, but because the sound had come first. Even the animals reacted. Dogs barked more after a midnight crow. Horses grew restless in the dark. Cats stared at corners like something had entered the room. You could say it was nothing, a shift in temperature, a distant noise. But that wouldn't be the full truth. The full truth was everyone felt it. The house didn't sleep the same afterward. There were exceptions. In some places, if the rooster crowed exactly 3 times, that meant protection, that the danger had passed. But only if it happened right before dawn, and only if the final crow sounded clean and full, like it came from deep in the chest. A weak crow, a stuttering one, meant nothing. Or worse, it meant the bird wasn't sure. And if the bird wasn't sure, neither were you. Sometimes a child would ask why it mattered so much, why one sound could make grown people go quiet. The answer wasn't always clear. Maybe someone would say, because it's not their time to speak, or because night has its own rules. That's all they needed to say. Children listened, and the next time they heard it, they didn't ask again. They just stayed still. You can still hear it now if you live near chickens. Every so often, one will crow when it's dark. Most people laugh. They say the bird is confused or that a streetlight fooled it. But even then, they pause. Even then, they wait for a second crow that doesn't come. And when it stays quiet, they exhale. Not because they were afraid, just because something in them still listens. Something that remembers. Drinking from a skull could give you its wisdom, especially that of a saint or a wise person. People used to believe knowledge didn't die with the body. They believed it stayed in the bones, and the skull held the most of it. Not just memories or thoughts, but something deeper. A kind of knowing that didn't speak, but stayed alive in the shape of the head. The eyes were gone, the tongue too, but the skull remained. And if you drank from it, if you let water or wine pass through it and into your mouth, you could take some of that wisdom for yourself. This wasn't done lightly. You didn't pick up the first skull you found and start pouring. The person had to matter. A wise man, a prophet, a saint, a healer. Someone who had seen things clearly. Someone who could tell right from wrong, or name herbs in the dark, or answer questions others couldn't even ask. You waited until they died, and then you waited longer, sometimes a year, sometimes more. You let the flesh fall away, let the bone dry and settle. Then maybe someone close to them would take the skull and clean it. Not scrub it, not polish it like silver, just enough to see the shape clearly. In some places, the top of the skull was sawn off, leaving a clean rim around the crown. The piece taken off was saved too, sometimes carved into a lid, sometimes buried with flowers. But the rest, the bowl of the skull, was kept. It might be wrapped in cloth, set on a wooden stand, or carried in a leather bag. Some kept it with relics. Others kept it alone, in a quiet place where no one could touch it without permission. You didn't drink from it every day. It wasn't like using a cup. It was more like asking a question. You brought water or wine, or in some cases milk, and you poured just enough. You didn't fill it. That would be disrespectful. You poured until the bottom was covered, until you could see the liquid settle in the smooth hollows. Then you lifted it with both hands and drank. No one expected a voice to come out of the air. It wasn't that kind of wisdom. It worked more like a seed, something planted that took time to grow. You might find yourself speaking more clearly the next day. You might answer someone's question without knowing how you knew. You might sleep through the night and dream of maps or faces or the names of plants. The skull didn't give you everything. It gave you enough to start walking in the right direction. One story tells of a monk who drank from the skull of a teacher who had died in silence. The teacher had never spoken a word in the last 10 years of his life. People thought he had nothing left to say. But after the monk drank, he began to write pages and pages of thoughts he said he didn't think up. He called them remembered truths. Not his own, but not stolen either. There were rules. You didn't take a skull without permission. If the person left no sign, you didn't touch it. And if it was stolen, it wouldn't work. That's what people believed. You couldn't cheat wisdom. You couldn't pull it out of the dead without honor. A stolen skull might still look the same, but when you drank, it gave you nothing. Or worse, it gave you what the dead had buried on purpose. Regret, confusion, things that should have stayed quiet. In parts of Eastern Europe, drinking from a skull was tied to battle. A warrior might keep the skull of a fallen enemy, not for revenge, but because the enemy had fought with skill. If you faced someone strong and lived, you took part of their strength. But again, it had to be someone respected. Killing a coward gave you nothing. Killing someone better than you meant you had a duty to carry forward what they knew. Some cultures decorated the skulls, not to make them beautiful, but to show their role. They added gold rims, etched symbols, or lined the inside with silver. Not to change the meaning, but to protect it. Others left them plain. The bone alone mattered, the weight of it in your hands, the way the eye sockets seemed to look back. There were places where this crossed with faith. Saints were buried in churches, and sometimes their skulls were removed and placed in glass. Not for drinking, exactly, but for closeness. People believed that being near the skull, or touching the glass, could pass on grace. In rare cases, the liquid left near a saint's skull was collected and given to the sick. Not because it tasted like medicine, but because it had touched something pure. Even in more isolated villages, without saints or scholars, the idea stayed alive. A midwife might keep the skull of her grandmother, who taught her how to deliver babies in the dark, with no tools but her hands. A hunter might carry a small skull fragment wrapped in linen, said to belong to the man who taught him how to move silently in snow. They didn't drink from it often, maybe once, when nothing else made sense. Sometimes the skull cracked. If that happened, you didn't try to fix it. You buried it with herbs or placed it in flowing water. A cracked skull meant its time was over. You couldn't drink from it again. People treated it the way you treat a closed book, not damaged, just finished. There were those who didn't believe, who said it was all ritual and nothing more. But even they hesitated when handed a real skull. Something about the shape, the silence of it, the weight in the hand, it made them pause. It made them think twice before setting it down like any other object. That pause was part of the wisdom too. Today, you don't see it often. The practice faded, the way many things do. But every once in a while, in a private room or a quiet museum, Someone will find a skull with a smooth cut across the crown and wonder what it was used for. If they ask the right person, they'll hear the story. Not told loudly, just in a low, steady voice. The skull once held knowledge, and if you drank from it, some of that knowing might pass into you. Not all, just a little, just enough. A cross drawn in bread, protected against poison. Eating uncrossed bread was considered risky. For a long time, people didn't trust food just because it looked fresh. They trusted what was done to it. Bread especially. It was central to the table. It fed whole families. But it could also kill if something was wrong. Spoilage, fungus, or worse, poison slipped in by someone with reason. In times when betrayal came quietly, bread became the test, and the cross was the shield. A simple mark, traced with a knife or a fingertip, right on the top before the first slice. It didn't change the taste. It wasn't meant to. It marked the loaf as protected. People didn't always explain why they did it. It was one of those actions you saw and copied. A mother cuts bread, pauses, and draws a cross. She does it without a word. Her children learn to do the same. Years later, they'll do it without thinking. It was habit, but it came from fear, not dramatic fear. Daily, quiet fear, the kind that follows you into the kitchen. Some believed the cross made the bread holy. Not holy like a church, but set apart, clean, safe. If someone had laced it with poison, the cross would break the effect. It would spoil the plan. Even those who didn't believe in religion still traced it. The act had power on its own, not because of a god necessarily, but because of memory. Generations had done it before, and most of them had lived. In small towns, people noticed who crossed their bread and who didn't. If a guest arrived and offered a loaf without a mark, some hosts wouldn't touch it. They'd smile, nod, thank them, and throw it out once the door closed. Not because they were rude, but because uncrossed bread came with uncertainty. Was it baked in a clean place? Were the ingredients pure? Did the hands that made it intend harm? No one could say. But a loaf with a cross, still warm, still rough on top, told a different story. Sometimes the mark was deep, cut right through the crust. Other times it was light, just a trace on the surface. It didn't matter how strong the mark looked. What mattered was that it was there. You did it before cutting, never after. If you forgot, some said the protection didn't count. A few even refused to eat it at all. Better to go without than risk it. Better to start again with a fresh loaf and a clear hand. Not everyone trusted the same kind of cross. Some made it with the blade of the knife, others used their finger and murmured a short phrase, just a word or two, almost a whisper. Some turned the loaf while marking, moving it clockwise like the sun. These details changed depending on where you were, but the purpose stayed the same. Make the bread safe, make it yours. It wasn't only about poison. Bread could go bad in ways you couldn't see. Ergot, a toxic fungus, grew on rye. It caused illness that mimicked madness. People would twitch, hallucinate, feel things crawling under their skin. They didn't know what ergot was, but they knew something was wrong. The cross gave peace of mind. If something happened, they could say, "We crossed it. It wasn't our fault. We did what we could." Picture a farmer's family in the 1600s. They grind the grain, bake the dough, and pull it from the oven. The crust crackles. The youngest child reaches for the knife, and the mother stops him. She draws the cross first. He watches her hand move, steady and slow. He doesn't ask why. He's seen it every week of his life. That night, they eat without fear. Now imagine a traveler arrives in that same village. He brings bread from another town. It's wrapped in cloth, still warm, but there's no mark. The family thanks him, but slices their own. Later, the traveler eats alone. His bread might be safe, but they're not willing to test it. That's how the habit held on, through small decisions made quietly, day after day. It even showed up in markets. Bakers scratched a cross into the top of loaves before selling them. Not for beauty, not for branding, for trust. A marked loaf sold faster. People didn't need proof. They saw the sign and felt better. A loaf without it might stay on the shelf, even if it smelled fine and looked golden. Over time, the reasons blurred. Some said the cross let the devil out of the bread, as if evil could hide in the dough. Others said it helped the loaf rise evenly, releasing air caught inside. That part's actually true. A deep cut can help steam escape. But the practical benefit wasn't why people kept doing it. They kept doing it because their parents did, because their grandparents did. because bread meant life, and you didn't play games with life. In some places, if you forgot to cross the bread before baking, you had to burn it. Not always in flames, sometimes just burying it or feeding it to animals, but you didn't eat it, not unless you had no choice. And even then, you crossed it before every bite. That's how far the belief went. That's how much weight one simple mark carried. Today, you can still find people who do it. Usually older, usually quiet about it. They'll cut the loaf and make the sign quick and natural. You ask them why, and they might say, just a habit, but their eyes say more. They remember stories. Someone's cousin ate bad bread and didn't wake up. A neighbor accused of poisoning a loaf left on a doorstep. Nothing ever proven, but the damage stayed. And then there's this. Sometimes it wasn't about fear of poison at all. Sometimes the cross was just a way to say thanks. For the harvest, for the hands that made it, for another day with enough to eat. Bread was never just food, it was a symbol. A thing that connected people, families, strangers, ancestors. You broke it, you shared it, you blessed it. The cross turned it from a thing into a moment. The rules were simple. Don't eat uncrossed bread, don't serve it, don't trust it, and don't forget. If you do forget, cross it before the first bite. Cross it again if you feel unsure. Keep the motions small. Keep the intention clear. Bread is more than flour and water. It holds memory. It holds meaning. The cross makes it safe. Wearing a shirt for 7 days made it a lucky talisman, but only if you never washed it. Some people believed luck wasn't something you found, it was something you made. You could build it up, piece by piece, through action, through repetition, through sweat and time. One way to do that was by wearing the same shirt every day for 7 days straight. If you did it right, that shirt didn't just become something you wore. It became a part of you, a talisman, a shield. But you couldn't break the streak, and you couldn't clean it. That was the rule. You had to live in it. Let it soak in your effort, your focus, your heat. It worked best if you started on a Monday. That's what most people said. Start the week fresh. Pick a shirt, usually one you already liked, but not always. It didn't have to be new. In fact, it was better if it wasn't. Old shirts carried weight. They already knew your shape. Cotton held on better than synthetic, and anything too fancy ruined the point. You didn't pick it for style. You picked it because you were going to wear it without stopping, and by the end of the 7th day, it was going to feel more like a second skin than a piece of clothing. You wore it through whatever came. Work, errands, weather. If you exercised, you wore it. If you had a job that required a uniform, you wore the shirt underneath. No breaks. If it rained, you let it dry on you. If you spilled coffee, that became part of the shirt's story. The point wasn't to keep it clean. The point was to let it collect everything that happened. Your nerves before a test, your calm after an argument, the way your body warmed up during a long walk. All of it soaked into the fabric. Each hour made the shirt stronger in a way you couldn't see, but you could feel. People treated the rule about washing seriously. You didn't even let water touch it. You didn't rinse it. You didn't scrub a spot. You hung it on a chair while you slept. And if it started to smell, that was part of the deal. Some said the smell was important. It meant the shirt had started to carry your imprint. A clean shirt was just a shirt. A worn one held power. When you reached the 7th night, you folded it. You didn't ball it up or toss it aside. You folded it with both hands and placed it somewhere specific. Not in the closet, not on a random shelf. Somewhere you could find it when you needed it. People used drawer bottoms, old boxes, spots behind books. You didn't talk about it much. That was part of it too. The shirt was for you, not for show. The idea came from more than one place. Some say it started with soldiers who wore the same clothes into battle and refused to wash them until they came home. They believed if they survived one fight in it, they'd survive the next. They thought the fabric held a piece of that survival, like a charm. If you washed it, you washed away your edge. Others point to athletes, runners, wrestlers, people who did something hard and kept the same gear because they won in it once. If they changed it, maybe their luck would change. Maybe they wouldn't win next time. You hear about it in locker rooms. A player wears the same undershirt for every game of a winning streak. It gets stiff with sweat, but he won't take it off. He thinks it holds the rhythm of the game, like music only he can hear. Or a poker player who wears the same t-shirt for a whole tournament, convinced it holds the memory of every hand he folded or played. These people don't talk about it like magic. They talk about it like math, cause and effect. Keep the pattern, keep the outcome. But it wasn't always about winning. Sometimes it was about getting through. A man who just lost his job picks a shirt on a Monday and decides to wear it for 7 days. He doesn't believe in talismans. He just needs something to hold on to, a rule he can follow while everything else falls apart. By the end of the week, he's tired and angry and still unemployed, but he finished the 7 days. The shirt feels heavy. It smells like coffee and smoke and maybe fear, but it's his. And now, when he sees it in the back of the closet, folded flat, he remembers that he got through that week. He kept going. There were people who took it further. They wouldn't speak about the shirt while wearing it, wouldn't explain what they were doing. If someone asked, they'd shrug and change the subject. Talking about it made it weaker, they said. You had to keep the intention to yourself. The shirt worked because it was silent, because it watched everything, took it in, and didn't say a word. You could make more than one, but not at the same time. You had to give each shirt its own cycle. Some people kept 2 or 3, each for a different purpose. One for protection during travel, one for facing hard conversations, one for luck in work. They weren't labeled, you just knew. You remembered which one you wore when you got the call you'd been waiting for. Which one helped you walk into the courthouse without shaking. Which one you wore the day your kid was born. You didn't lend them out. That was important. The shirt carried your energy, not someone else's. If another person wore it, even for a minute, the charge shifted. You could feel it, like a record scratched. Some said even touching it could dull the edge, so they stored them wrapped in brown paper or tucked inside other clothes. If they moved houses, the shirts went last. One man said he packed his 7-day shirt between layers of his old military jacket, wrapped tight, and kept it on his lap the whole drive. Not in a bag, not in the trunk. You keep something close when it means that much. Every once in a while, someone would ask, what happens if you wash it by mistake? The answer was simple. It goes back to 0. You lose everything. You don't wear it again. Not for that. You might wear it around the house or cut it into rags, but you don't try to restore it. That attempt ruins the point. You start over with a new one or not at all. There's something quiet about it. Something that doesn't need proof. No lights, no signs, no obvious change. Just the knowledge that something you wore every hour for 7 days holds a version of you no one else sees. The version that didn't quit. The version that carried on through the boring parts, the stressful parts, the lonely ones. People still do it. They don't post about it. They don't tag friends. They just wear the shirt, breathe through it, and wait. Walking under a ladder meant you invited bad luck. Or worse, you disrespected something sacred. People say it's just superstition, something passed down by folks who didn't know better. But if you lived a few hundred years ago, you wouldn't risk walking under a ladder. You'd go out of your way to avoid it. Not because you thought it might fall, but because you believed it meant you were breaking an invisible rule. Something that brought misfortune just by doing it. Something bigger than you noticed. Imagine it's 1400. You're in a village where everyone knows everyone. There's no real science, not like what we have now. You know the sun rises, you know when crops grow, and you know that walking under a ladder gets people talking. They won't say anything to your face, but you'll hear them later. That's the man who did it. That's the one who doesn't care. Why a ladder, though? Some say it comes from the shape. A ladder propped up makes a triangle, and triangles mattered. They meant something. In Christianity, a triangle often stood for the Holy Trinity: God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit. That shape was sacred. You didn't mess with it. Walking through it was like breaking into a space that wasn't meant for you. Others trace it to older ideas, older gods. In ancient Egypt, pyramids ruled everything. Pyramids were triangles in 3 dimensions, pointing to the sky, meant to bridge life and death. Ladders leaned into that idea. A ladder wasn't just a tool, it was a symbol, something between worlds, something that connected up there to down here. If you walked under it, you got in the way. You put yourself in the middle of something you weren't supposed to touch. Even if you didn't believe in all that, there was something else. Ladders often leaned against scaffolding or hung over doorways. You didn't walk under one because it meant danger. Tools might fall. The ladder itself might fall. Someone working above might lose their grip. That kind of accident could kill you. People didn't always separate logic from meaning. If something hurt you, they figured it had a deeper reason. Say your cousin walks under a ladder and later he gets a fever. You don't think about germs. You think about what he did. You think maybe the fever isn't just a fever. Maybe he called something down on himself, something that was watching, something that doesn't forget. In some places, they thought spirits lived in the high parts of houses, near the roof, near the rafters. When a ladder went up, it became a path. If you walked beneath it, the spirit might drop down just for a moment and latch onto you. Not a demon, not exactly, just a presence that didn't want to be disturbed. Maybe it would bring dreams that made no sense. Maybe it would make your crops go bad. You'd never be sure, but you'd feel it. You'd know you shouldn't have done it. And people remembered. That was the other part of it. You didn't just worry about spirits. You worried about your neighbor seeing you do it. You worried about being the one who didn't care about what others held sacred. A lot of what we call superstition worked like that. It helped people tell who followed the rules, even the unwritten ones. If you walked under a ladder without blinking, maybe you didn't follow anything. Maybe you were dangerous in your own way. There were ways to undo it. Some said spit over your left shoulder if you accidentally walked under. Others told you to cross your fingers until you saw a dog. In older versions, you made a sign of protection with your hand. 2 fingers out, thumb over the middle. Not because it fixed anything, but because it told whatever was watching that you knew what you did, that you respected it enough to try. You can still feel that now, even if you don't believe. Picture it. You're walking fast, head down, thinking about 100 things. You turn a corner and suddenly there's a ladder right in your path. Without thinking, you sidestep. Maybe you laugh a little, shake your head, keep walking. But something in you didn't want to go through. Something in your body remembered before your mind did. That's how old these rules are. You can trace that feeling across cultures. In Italy, it's bad luck too. In the Middle East, people have different reasons, but the same instinct. In China, ladders get tied to the idea of qi, the invisible flow of life energy. Walking under one breaks the flow, blocks it. It's not about gods or spirits there. It's about balance, about not crossing certain lines. We don't talk about it much anymore. Now, if someone says it's bad luck to walk under a ladder, they're probably half joking. But watch what they do. Most people still won't do it. They might not know why, but they'll avoid it all the same. The superstition lives in the body, even if the meaning fades. Think of an old theater. Backstage, there's a ladder set up to fix the lights. The crew moves around it, always careful. Not because they think ghosts will come down, but because the rule sticks. Because ladders belong to the air, and feet belong to the ground. Mixing the two, even for a second, throws things off. Or imagine a child walking with her grandfather. They're on a narrow sidewalk and someone's fixing a sign above them. A ladder leans into their path. She heads toward it, and without thinking, he pulls her back. He doesn't explain. He just says, "Don't." She listens. Later, she might ask why. Maybe he tells her. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe he says, "Just because." That's how it keeps going, not through books or lectures, but through moments like that. Through hands on shoulders and half-remembered warnings. Through habits passed down without names. The ladder waits. It doesn't care who walks under it. But we do.